Okay, there we go. 3000 bit rate. All right, we should be back. Let me make sure YouTube. Okay, YouTube is live. It's public. Okay, very good, very good. All right, I think we're good. Hopefully the Undertale music doesn't get us DMCA'd. I don't think it will. Unless some fucko on his own channel has, like, remixed it and then put up a claim to the music and YouTube's automated system detects that. I don't know. If the music's a little bit loud, let me know. I can adjust it down a little bit more. But yeah, so we're gonna be using Godot today. I was looking over some of my old videos for what we did with, like, programming stuff. And we've done a lot of random things in the past, but today we're gonna be doing another random thing that we have not looked at before, and that's Godot. And this should be pretty cool. I've used Godot a little bit. I've made some other minor projects. Oh, you know what? Let me go post to the stream in one more place. But yeah. So, let's see. So what we're gonna do here, I don't really have it, like, virtually to show you, but I wrote down some ideas about some notebooks recently that I've been using to, like, write shit down. And we're gonna try to make a little mining game, the little mining incremental kind of thing, because Cole LLC was fun, and I figure I might as well try to make my own. So I have a couple folders pulled up here where I'm downloading shit for the video game, some default assets and whatnot. Get those open on the side so I can tinker with this. Well, actually, I don't really need my left monitor until I need to Google things if I get stuck. So I can scoot these over here to the left side and make sure they're not over chat. Okay. So, what are we gonna do here? So, essentially, I made this blank project, haven't really done anything with it just yet. I created this, like, a couple weeks ago, and then I just kind of didn't work on it yet. Got the Git plugin so I can commit my changes and automatically upload that to, I can push this and whatnot. I think push is pretty sure that's what it was. But yeah. So Godot is a bit of a weird engine to get used to, at least for me, coming from other stuff. It uses this interesting little nodular system, I don't know. So you have, like, a node for everything, right? And if you have like your player here, right, is its own thing, its own object. And that ends up, you can pull that out and, like, make it its own scene. And then you can spawn, like, instances of that inside your primary whatever. So that's kind of like an object system, sort of similar to the way that you use objects in Game Maker or something like that. Unfortunately for me, Game Maker is where, like, a lot of my familiarity with stuff comes from, because I just got so used to that program. But I think it's probably a good idea to get used to a different engine, especially something like Godot, because Godot is pretty good and can easily handle 3D, which Game Maker cannot do. It's kind of like you really have to wrestle Game Maker to get it to do 3D stuff, but Godot is designed from, like, the bottom up You're making clickers? No, it's not a clicker game. It's going to be like Cole LLC, which we did play the other game. So it's going to be like, I don't, incremental. Maybe that's not the right word. But we actually worked on an idle game a few years ago for one of the programming streams we did. Hello, Cyborg. How you doing? Welcome. But yeah, this is going to be more of like, I don't know, like you get upgrades and stuff, and then you could like mine better and better and whatnot. Something like that. Okay. Anyways. So, you know, we have our project here. We don't really have anything yet, so we're sort of starting from scratch. And for me, some of the things I like to do first is like, I like to make the player object in the beginning, because it's like, hey, I got something to control and mess around with. But yeah, I have some default assets. I actually have this little character template thing for like a little 2D side view dude. So I'm gonna use that for testing and then deal with character sprites and stuff later on. So what we can do is I don't really know how it works in Godot. There was like let's see. So there's I remember seeing some tutorials before where you can set up this animation system. I don't know if it's like a child node here, like the animation player, I think. Addition of resources between animation transitions. I think it's using the animation player. And then you can set it up to react to like keyboard presses and stuff. So it's like when the user presses left, the animation player plays the you know, left animation or whatever. And you can even set it up so it can like go through I think transitional animations and stuff like that. I think that's what it was. I think it was the animation player. And then you use an animated sprite. Let's see, animation. You can make new animations, so this is like idle, right? And I think it's using this. And then we have, so let's get rid of the sprite 2D. Let's actually put an animated sprite. This guy. Sprite frames resource must be created or set in the property in order for it to display frames. So I'm gonna pull up like a YouTube video, but not have the audio on because I don't really care about the audio. Oops. My extensions are not. Why did I have this open in a fucking private browsing window? But I don't really need that open. Okay. So it's a clicker. I mean, let's see. So there's like, there was this really cool way I saw of doing it. I don't remember who made the video that I saw for it. It was a good one, but let's see. So with this guy, he imported all of the PNGs, and then you can throw the PNGs into the animated sprite. Okay. Oh, and then you can make the animations in there. Got it. Okay, that's how he's doing it. I don't think this is exactly... This is a little bit different than the one I saw, but I don't remember how to find the one I saw. So whatever. We'll start by trying this out, because he doesn't use the animation player. He just uses this guy, the sprite 2D. No, don't do that. Sprite frames, and then he throws them in here. So if we go into here, we have our separated out character sprites, and we can just go into, we can rename this to player sprites, And we can drag and drop this into our assets folder. And then Godot will happily read that and import all the images for us. So that's cool. And we can like just throw these in here. And so one thing we can do is, let's see, so that's our little 16 by 16 character. We're probably gonna have to set up the camera so he's not quite so tiny. But this can be like idle. And I guess we could just have him flip if he's facing left. I don't think this had an idle animation. Oh, it did. Okay. He kind of like moves up and down. I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's these 4 for his idle animation. Do you just select them? So what do we do here? Okay, I don't think we put all of them in, right? I think what we do is we just put in the ones that are the idle animation. So now, if we were to zoom in on this boy, and we hit play, yeah, see, he's chilling out. And you know what? Maybe 5 is too fast, so we do like 2.5. I don't know. Like, whatever. It didn't really matter too much. But there's our idle animation. And then we can make a new one. So yeah, these are named for us already, so we don't have to think about it. And this one can be, I don't know, attack. I'm sure this will change later as we figure things out. But, you know, there's... I feel like that's kind of off. Like, that feels like backwards or something. Yeah, because he's supposed to punch. And that... Doesn't it look like his fist is going backwards? Am I crazy? I feel like it looks like the animation is playing in reverse. And there's also 5 frames here, but he only has 4 in the little, like, sprite sheet thing. I don't know... So it's like, this one is at the end. This one's not part of it. This one's at the beginning. There we go. Now it looks like he's actually punching. Yeah, they got mixed around. That's weird. But yeah, there we go. So yeah, we can have our animations like set up in this animated sprite, and then we could just like play the different animations based on what he's doing. So now we need walk, and we got a bunch of dudes here, so we can do that. We can do that. We can do that. That's kind of walking. Sure, why not? And then we can have jump. Yeah, essentially, it's not super important if these are like amazing animations or anything. We need some filler in here so we can like make the video game. So this will be a nice little starting point. We'll get some of the character stuff done, and then we can just go back in and swap these out for whatever graphics we want. And as long as it's like 16 by 16, then... Or the character could even be like a different size, and we just adjust it. That doesn't really matter. There's like a little dash thing. Maybe we use that. I don't know. We'll throw it in here just in case we want to use it. And then... Okay. Yeah. So, what we need now is, I think I want to use a state system for this. I am a big fan of state systems for simple little, like, platformer games and stuff like that. It just makes life so much easier. So let me see. I remember following, like, a little tutorial on this a while back when I was messing with some other stuff, in Godot specifically. And there was a nice little way someone set it up with like, I think using nodes. And that was actually, like, really good. Because then you could just swap the node out, and the nodes help keep things organized. Because you'll just have, like, in your scenes or something, you can have like player states, and then you could just, like, add nodes or something in here, or, like, scripts. Let's create a new folder for scripts as well. And maybe we just need the scripts. Like, I don't know if we need them as scenes exactly, but that'll be there just in case. I think we actually don't need them as scenes. I think we just need the scripts. So let's delete that. Okay. Let me see if I can find it really quick, because I don't remember exactly how to use nodes to do this. And I would like to see a refresher. I know it wasn't a video. I'm almost positive it was like a little text tutorial. I don't remember what website I found it on. The Godot docs has, like, a state design pattern article. Maybe I just followed the help article on it. Let me see. So I'm just browsing through that really quick. Let's see. No, I don't think it was this. I don't think it was this website either, but I'll try this one. Because this one talks about using it with nodes and everything. Okay. So we're gonna have a state class, right? Which is just gonna be generic. We're gonna have the state that so scripts. Create a new script. This is gonna be called state. Okay. And so this is gonna be, we're gonna make the class name of state. And we're gonna do a few things here, which I think, let's see, handling input, updating, physics updating, enter and exit. I think that's pretty much all we need. So that is good. So what they do is they have it emit a signal when it's finished. We're gonna go ahead and sort of do what they did. I think I like what they got going on here. So we're gonna emit a signal when the state goes to transition to another one, so we can do anything we need to on exiting something. We're gonna have a function for handling input. Fat fingered key there. Hello? Why is it doing that? And this is gonna be an input event. And then for now, this is just gonna pass. And then we're going to need a function for updating. And this is the time delta. This is going to return nothing, so it's void here, and we're going to pass. We're going to need a function for the physics update as well, because Godot has both of these things. I put 2Ds in delta. All right. We're also going to have a function that gets called when we enter the state to set up anything we need to do. And then data by default is nothing, so it's an empty dictionary there. This is going to return nothing, so we do that. I think from what I remember reading, so the Godot language we're using here, GD script, is very similar to Python. If you've ever used Python before, GD script has the same syntax and whatnot as Python. The other thing that it sort of inherits, or well, not inherits, but the other thing it gets similar to Python is that variables are generic. Like if you type var my variable equals bumpkus, like it just changes to a string. But if you then like you know, if you then after this do my variable equals to 1, it will change it to an integer, and that's like valid. And I think Python is similar. Like things are not strongly typed, but when you set up your function, you can actually tell it, hey, this variable only takes strings. Do not let it be anything else. And I believe when you do this, it actually increases performance or something. Like it's not, it's a little bit slower to leave your variables like mushy and undeclared for what their type is. Like you could just do that and just say like, okay, we're gonna get a variable called this. So I think this is actually a good idea to do, specifically telling it this is exactly what type of variable is going to be passed in here. So that should be pretty good. Okay, so we have a state. Now we're going to need a state machine that's going to sort of manage the state and do the stuff of like calling enter, calling exit, calling update, doing all that crap. I believe. So the finite state machine, yeah, uses the state, keeps track of the active one, and calls functions when needed. Yep. Yep. Typical, you know, welcome to computer science class. You will be making a finite state machine. Let's make another script. We're gonna call this one state machine. Pop that sucker open. We're gonna call it state machine. And we're gonna do some stuff. So, export. This is an interesting keyword. I believe, you know, I don't actually know how export works. See if I can search it up and we can look at it together. So there you go. Exported editable in the inspector doc. So that means, see right here, this inspector, where you can like pop open details about different nodes. If you put export in here, it actually lets you mess around with it, like in the editor. Yeah. So what that means is when we have a node that includes a state machine, like inside of it, which the player will include a state machine, we should be able to mess around with, like, we should be able to set a state as the initial state for the player, like, just over here. It can be nice to have things exported so you can easily mess with them and change them and all that. Should be a period. Sounds like Final Fantasy music. Did I spell initial right? Okay, so we're actually gonna define a little function in here, apparently. So what we're doing is we're making a little function to see if the initial state is null, because it can be. By default, if we don't set it, it'll just be nothing. So if it is null, we want to return the initial state. If it's not null, we want to know what it is. Otherwise, we get child 0, which it just uses the first child node if no initial state is set. The states will be children of the state machine. Okay. All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to set up, let's see, I think inside of state machine, yeah, so inside a state machine, we're going to have a ready function, or rather, this is a default because it's got an underscore. This is the function Godot calls, like when whatever this script is attached to is ready. And inside of this, we're going to do... So for every state node, state in find children star state. So find children looks for a pattern here, anything. Type, we're looking for the type of state, which is this. So anything that is of that class, that is a child. What we're gonna do is, when it's finished, we're gonna connect. I think this is for the signal. Yeah, the finish signal. We're going to connect it to another function we're going to create that's going to be called this. Then we can wait for the owner to be ready. And then when it's ready, no, we can enter the state. And we'll do that with nothing. Just an empty string there. And now, oops, what was it called? Now we can set up this function. So, we need to target state path, because we're going to go to a new state whenever we call this. And we're going to need some data, which is going to be a dictionary, but it can also be an empty dictionary. And this is going to return nothing. So now inside of here, if we don't have the target state path as a node, we need to handle that. So we're going to just print out an error. Owner name, trying to connect to state, plus target state path, and then, but it does not exist. So this way, if something goes wrong, it'll tell us sort of who was trying to change state and what they were trying to change it to, and then we can go back and look at the code and see, like, okay, why did that happen? Because ideally, you never want that to happen, but if it does, you need to know. Let's see. So then what we can do, and here, previous state path. So the previous state is what we're at currently. because what we're going to is a new one stored here. Then we can call the exit function so we can do any cleanup we need to do inside the state before we leave. And then we can find the node that exists with the new name. And then we can enter that state and tell it this is what we're coming from. So if we need to know in the new state what the old state was, like if we're jumping and we want to know, are we jumping from a standstill or are we jumping from running, for example, by telling it what the previous state was, then we can write some custom logic in our jump code. Like maybe if we jump from standing, we just jump straight up and down. But if we jump from a run, we do a somersault. That's the kind of thing that'll help for. Otherwise, you don't really need to tell it what the previous state was if you don't have any states that care. Generally good to have, though. You never know when you'll run into something where you're like, oh, well, I need to know what the state was that we were at before. So it's kind of good to just pass it along even if you don't need to. Or you can't think of a way that you'll use it straight off the bat, just so it's there. Then we need to handle input. For any time there is unhandled input. There's only one C in process. We got our delta. And then update. So I think process is another default Godot function, along with physics process. And this will make sure that during the default Godot engine running and calling these functions of underscore process and underscore physics process, we will update and physics update our states. I think unhandled input is also a yeah, that's also a called when an input event hasn't been consumed or any control item. So if we have unhandled input that hasn't been done anything with, like a keyboard action, then it'll do it here and pass it along. Okay, very good. I don't think I would have thought to do these things on my own. So I think it's good to follow this for now. And let's see. Since these are all like default Godot functions that are getting called here, we'll go ahead and kind of process those together, and we'll put our custom one down here. Okay, so now we have a character body 2D. Okay, he did the same, so that's cool. Let's go ahead and add a script to the player. So let's attach a script. And let's call it player with a capital P, because that's what we're doing with our other scripts. And we will put it in the scripts folder. So now, we'll go ahead and give it a class name as well. And we extend character body 2D. We're going to create some stuff for the player that we're going to need. We're going to need a speed that we're going to move at. They go with 500 by default. We'll just, we'll follow the tutorial. We'll need a gravity amount, some number that... And these are large numbers because we're going to be, like, dividing them by our delta. Using a delta for your physics kind of ensures that even if your game is running at, like, 5 FPS, you'll still be sort of doing the same math. If you're adjusting your like jump impulse, your gravity, whatever, if you're adjusting these numbers based on the delta, you can ensure that no matter how slow or fast the game is running, you're good to go. Hello, Pawn. I know, my bad. It was a little bit of a, like, my wrists felt bad, and then I was like kind of getting, I was just kind of tired of streaming for a little while. And I was trying to finish up school, and I was getting jobs and stuff. Like, I worked on campus a couple times and everything. So it was like, I don't know. I let a lot of stuff just pile up as like, I don't want to stream anymore. I'm just going to stop. But, you know, I figured, hey, might as well come back to it now that I'm not really busy anymore. But yes, I'm glad to hear you enjoy the streams and welcome back. It is cool to be back. But yeah, welcome. We are working on a little video game in Godot. And right now I'm just following a little tutorial. We're setting up a state machine for our character. We're gonna do like a little side view, like mining incremental kind of game, sort of like Coal LLC or something like that. Motherload, you know, those type of games where you mine resources, get upgrades to mine more resources to yada yada yada. All right, so let's see. Now that we have the player, this node is going to be what hosts the state machine. So what we can do is either have all the character controller's properties stored in the root player node here, or we can have them defined in the relevant state, like having jump impulse on jump only. He says the tutorial author prefers this method because it's easy to tweak these things. Like you just go to the player and then boom, you can mess with their speed, gravity, jump impulse. You can see right here, they're in the editor, which I agree with. I think that's fine. Okay, so this way you can use state scripts across. Okay, so let's go over the code for the player states to get a better idea of how it all ties together. Wow. So now we're going to start implementing the actual states that the player is going to use. So we're going to have inside of this folder right here, we're going to have a couple things. Heck yeah. Right after that message, Saribot banned the spam bot. That's really funny. Dude, maybe I should set up a funny alert or something when like a bot gets banned. That'd be pretty fun. Okay. So let's go ahead and make here. Let's create a new script. And this is going to be the player state script. Okay, so this is going to be the base that everything kind of works from. And this is actually going to extend the class that we made earlier called state. This sucker right here. So we're going to implement all this stuff that's left blank. And this will be sort of the base that our other states build off of again. So it's a little bit, you know, there's a couple degrees removed. Like we have a class name state, and then we have a class name player state, and then we're going to have states like falling, idle, jumping, whatever. But ideally, this kind of gives it a bit of a logic to what's going on here, and it makes it a little more organized moving forward. So, you know, ideally, it'll be good. And so we're gonna have a couple constants here. We'll call it running, even though the animation's called walking. We can change the animation name or whatever. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so you're gonna set up some things to. Those are just shorthand for the states that we're gonna go between, so we can just type out in all caps like the name of the state when we need to use those strings. And that should be pretty good. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna set up. We're gonna wait for the owner to be ready. No, don't do that. Stores a type reference to the owner node. Yep. Yeah, and then the constants also limit the risk of typos, because like the editor is gonna like auto-complete. See, if we start typing a capital I, it just says, oh, do you want the idle constant that you set up? And then we can just hit like tab. And then, you know, if we have like complicated state names or whatever in the future, like we can just auto-complete stuff. And that way we, you know, we don't have to worry too much about, oops, I typed it wrong. I don't typically have many issues with typos. I tend to be very good at spotting them when I type them, but you know, I'm not perfect all the time, so obviously sometimes mistakes will happen, and the more you can do to minimize that, the better. See, like that double letter, that'll happen sometimes, but we'll copy his little must be used, used only in the player scene. It needs the owner to be a player node. And that's just in case we accidentally put the script somewhere, or put this somewhere it doesn't need to be. Okay, so now we have this to go off of. We can create new scripts here, and we can call it, you know, idle. We can call it running. We can call it yumping. And falling. Oh, my eye is itchy. Okay. And then all we have to do is here we can add a child node. We can just do a blank ass node here. We'll go ahead and double click on it slowly to rename it. Call this the state machine. We will attach, we will attach the state machine script to this node. I believe that works. And that will look to the owner being the player here, so that's good. Actually, no, is that... player state, extend state, yeah, okay. So I think, right, I think that's good. And then now we have falling, idle, jumping, running. We can add child nodes here. Let's paste a sibling. Oh, no. Duplicate. Duplicate. Control D. There you go. And we'll call this one. Do we name it? No, we can just name it whatever. Idle. Running. Jumping and falling. Wow. Okay. And now we can also sort of slap these scripts on here. So idle, jumping, running, and falling. Okay. So now... falling, jumping... Okay, so we start with the idle state, right? What he's saying is, when you enter the idle state, set velocity to 0. In this example, we assume that nothing can push the player while you're idle, which, okay, fair enough. So we should not move horizontally. If we decide that we want to change that, we can change that later, but let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to extend the player state, because we set that up earlier. We're going to set up the enter. And this one is our function that we're expecting. That we're gonna call from the machine. When we feed it into the grinder, it's gonna look for an enter function and try to call this. And then this also ties into setting up our animations, which we have an animation player. So I think we probably want to mess with this and see how that works. I think this is the animation player is a little bit different. Okay. Well, we'll figure that out in due time. It's fine. This is just a tutorial about dates. So that's okay. We'll figure out how to use the animation player. And here's where the delta comes in. So we're going to update the player's velocity based on the amount of time it's been since the last, like, frame or whatever, basically. And then once we update their velocity, we can call this built-in Godot function move and slide, which will handle moving the player around, and I think it also handles collisions, as long as we have, like, collision information set up with the player and, like, static objects and stuff. I think is on floor is also a built-in function. Like, this is what I like about Godot, is there's a lot of, like, really easy things to use. That should be really nice to make use of. Is action just pressed? Move up. We may change that to something else. But there we go. And then we'll see if we need to... is action just pressed or is action pressed? These are also sort of built-in Godot functions for input handling. Move left, or let's go ahead and copy this. Move right. And there we go. So now we have our idle state. If once the player begins being idle, we make sure that they're not moving anymore, and they play the right animation. So that's why it's good to have an enter function for your states, so you can take care of everything that needs to happen before you start doing your state and existing in it. And then every physics update, which is pretty much every frame, we update the player's velocity if they start falling or something. I don't know exactly. I guess maybe you could go, like, just in case the player happens to end up in the idle state, but they're not on the ground. I don't know. But we always try to move them by gravity, just to make sure gravity's always applied. And then, if we're not on the floor anymore, we begin falling. If we start jumping out of idle, then we jump. Or if we start moving left or right, we can start moving. And this is part of the reason I really like state machines for simple games. More complicated games, I think you need to use different methodology for this. But, like, for a little 2D, physics platformer, whatever, stuff like that, I think state machines are fantastic because, like, the player being in the idle state inherently tells it what you're allowed to do, right? You cannot go from, like, for example, from jumping, or whatever, like from the idle state, if we add something else that isn't in this list, you just can't go to that state. And so it makes your logic of controlling your character, I think, really easy and straightforward. Because it'll just be like, okay, well, if the player's idle, they can jump and they can run and they can fall and maybe attack. And it's like, okay, there you go. And then if you have any other states that the player can do, any other actions, you don't have to worry about processing them or setting up anything complicated. You just have like a little... and what you could even do is... sometimes you can do even other methods here besides just like if-else ifs. But, this works. And yeah, we can now go through and we'll set up the other states with similar code. I do wish it would, like, auto-complete this part, because this can be kind of tedious. There we go. All right, so now in our physics update... Okay, why was there an underscore? I think that was a mistake on the tutorial author's part. Or maybe he forgot the underscore in this one. Hold on. Let's make sure this is being used correctly. Yeah, okay, I think he typoed and forgot the underscore on this one, because it looks like they have an underscore everywhere else. Okay, well, we're gonna need an input direction here. And here's a really cool thing. So, Godot has some really, really nice built-in functionalities for input handling, and one of them is this input get axis thing. I've used it before. So basically what happens is you can set up, I don't remember if it's in project settings. Yeah, input mapping. So like you could map your inputs with like a controller or something, right? If you want to do controller support. And by doing your left and right inputs as like opposite directions of each other, you can tell Godot like get axis here, and it'll be like left is -1, right is 1, or whatever. So it'll like automatically determine your input direction for you with this, and then you can just like easily you can easily then use it here to just multiply like that. So if input direction is negative, you know, you're moving left, so you subtract speed. And it's like really, really straightforward. Yeah, he forgot his underscore here. Which, you know, fair enough, you're typing out a bunch of code for this. You're gonna make mistakes, and see, you know, he made this typo in his guide that he forgot the underscore. That's how easy it is to just oopsie, and now it's a different variable name or whatever. I don't think it matters, because like when you're implementing the function here, it doesn't have to be the same name as this one, I believe. But just in case it does matter, like we're gonna make sure it's the same. And we're gonna have a very similar sort of if statement block here. Flute, no, floor. Okay, so we're gonna need to check to see if the player starts falling. We're gonna need to check if the player has started jumping. And we're gonna need to check if the input direction is approximately 0, which I think it can be like vaguely, I don't know, let's see. So if A and B are approximately equal to each other, it means that they are within a small internal epsilon, which scales with the magnitude of the numbers. Infinity values of the same sign are considered equal. So essentially what this is going to do is if your joystick has a little bit of drift and like play on it, and your joystick is at like, you know, 0.01 to the left, it's approximately 0, so the player has stopped inputting stuff. That's essentially what this is for. And there we go. Now that's emot. It's not a function. Alright, so there we go. That's all we really need for our running. And then we can go ahead and check out jumping. I'm gonna have to go get some more water in a minute here. I drank the last of my water a little while ago, now I'm thirsty again. But I think after we get these player states coded up, I'm going to take a quick BRB to run downstairs and get some water. Okay, you know what? There we go. Let's go ahead and paste that in everywhere it needs to be. Okay. So now, when you jump, you want to immediately set your Y velocity to your jump impulse, and then let gravity gradually take it from there. Alrighty. Dude, I'm really looking forward to Deltarune Chapter 5. It's fucking insane. I don't know if you guys played Deltarune. I would imagine most people have at this point. Does it have a little play? Yeah, exactly. So it's like, you know, a lot of people's joysticks have that. It's pretty common, especially if you have a well-loved controller. So yeah, accounting for that in your game can be a great idea because that minimizes what your players are going to have to do to be able to use the controller they want to use. But yeah, welcome. How's it going, Cammy? Velocity? No. And also, while we're jumping, we want to let the player have some air control. So we need to do a duplicate of the input checking here. Now, what's interesting here is he sets it immediately to jump impulse. So a good thing to remember is that the jump impulse number... Well, no, because velocity is it's going to apply your velocity based on delta. So never mind. I was going to, like, yeah, it's good to keep in mind how things are interacting with delta when you use this for physics engine stuff. Yo, discrete differential geometry. Ooh, boy, that sounds fun. I have not done much with discrete math. I think we touched on it a little bit in colleague. And then I haven't really thought about it after that. I think it was like during my linear algebra class that we like talked about that kind of thing. But I don't know. It's been a couple years since I was in school. The concrete memories of what all I went over are fading from my mind. All right, so now let's finally get our falling state. And you can see what's nice so far about these is like all of these classes are very simple and are just doing physics update stuff for just like input and whatnots. And pretty much after we get this all done, like we'll have a little player that we can mess around with, and it just works. TM. And the really nice part about doing all this is this will give me good boilerplate code, especially the state machine stuff, to use in game jams and whatnot. A lot easier to retain when you're learning it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, after you know... Yep. That is a good point, yeah. Yeah, I end up remembering a lot of things where it's like, oh yeah, I can use that here when I'm making video game. Spurred. I could have copy pasted this stuff instead of typing it, but here we are. The more you type it, the more you'll remember. Repetition. Okay, we're doing another approximately equal to because we're going to... Once the player lands from a jump, you're either going to go idle or start running again. And, you know, we're doing another one of these approximates for if you're not moving. We can do... we can go idle, else... we can start running. And there we go. That's essentially what we need for all these states and whatnot. Now, with the animation player... Yeah, so, anyway, the states, that's great. Now what we can do, as we're making the rest of our mining game, and we start adding specific functionality, like, for what our game needs to do, oh, okay. Interesting. Is that prefaced with an underscore? It's not, huh? I wonder why it... Okay, well, it's bothering me about it, so I guess I'll just... It wants me to do this convention, so I guess I'll do the convention. Have it your way, Godot. That's fine. Oh, yeah, underscore. Okay, yeah, why not? We'll do this convention. A Godot geometry editing plugin for messing with scriptable and ooh. Hell yeah, what kind of game are you working on? That sounds awesome. Definitely. I want to enter... So, earlier in the year, something cool I did, which, you know, I wasn't streaming for it, but I would have if I did, if I was streaming, is I made a game for the Vinesauce Joel, like, game jam that he did in, what was that, like, March or whatever? And our game did fairly well. We used Game Maker for it, me and my friend Melpert in here, and another person we know worked on it, and we got a game done for that. It was really cool. It was really fun. And so, coming up in November, Vinny is doing another Shroom Jam. He did one last year in November, and so we want to try to take part in that one. And we're thinking, like, maybe we'll go with Godot this time. I think Godot has a better HTML, like, web page player, much better than Game Maker does. Game Maker's was, like, absolute dog shit. The game just didn't work. I was mainly using basic Game Maker functions, but for some reason, the HTML game player thing just, it was just totally broken, so we couldn't have that. And thankfully, we didn't need it. Joel was able to play the game on stream, no issues there. But I would like to have that, and in the future, like, I really like the idea of having a web playable version of the game. Like, that just sounds awesome. So I kind of want to learn more about Godot and use this. 3D platformer? Ooh, that sounds really fun. You should implement air strafing and bunny hopping. That's been my thing lately. Like, I've learned how to do that in like, that's in Megabonk, and it's in some other games, and like, I don't know, it just, once you learn how to do that, like in Source Engine games, it's really fun to do. I don't know. If I ever make a 3D game that has like jumping and physics whatnot in it, like, it's gonna have air strafing and bunny hopping. That's just the way it goes. 4.5 will be nicer. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's good to know. I assume, I think I'm using the forward plus thing, but I would imagine you use forward plus for if you want to do the browser stuff, right? Or whatever it is, like, the compatibility. Here it is, not forward plus. Compatibility. I think it's said on the short description, so, I mean, you sound like you know Godot a little bit more. I just want to make sure I'm using the right thing if I want to do that. I don't know if... I don't think it makes sense to mobile, right? Like, you would just want to go compatibility. But yeah. So we get our state machine. And this is where, you know, the tutorial is like, okay, you're done. So, essentially, we are done. The thing we have to do now is we need to set up our input map. And... you know, we have some inputs here that we're looking for. We're looking for move left, move right, and move up. So let's add a new action. They tied jumping, I think, to just the up arrow, and that, or up, like W or something. You also have dead zones here, which is fantastic. And we can add keyboard key events. So listen for input. Let's do A. No, let's move up. Let's do W. Let's do, and we can also tie multiple things here and hold. Oh shit, yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, WebGL or whatever it's called, like Web GPU. I don't know. I don't know too much about that because I haven't done... I did some web stuff when I was in college a few years ago, but I have not done much of that recently. But yeah, like, there was some cool stuff I saw with that. Okay, I'll try to plug in the USB 3 times in 5 different directions, and it'll be wrong every time until it finally goes in. We can also do D-pad up, you know, joystick up, I guess. Fuck it, just map everything, make sure it all works. And let's say we have a jump button. There you go. And then so move left. We can have A, we can have left. We can have joystick left. We can have D-pad left. We are spoilt for choice. But yeah, this is one part I really like about Godot, is the input mapping stuff. Like, and I'm sure other engines have it too, but like, GameMaker does not have this shit, from what I remember. I don't think even GameMaker Studio 2 has this. It's currently, WebGL is the current standard. It's kind of like OpenGL. Yeah. WebGPU is more vocal. Oh, okay. Okay, that sounds interesting. I'm looking forward to how that develops. That sounds cool. But yeah, there we go. And so, like, it doesn't matter what kind of joystick they have. For example, button 3 is the top action. So it's like Xbox Y, Nintendo X, Sony Triangle. Like, you know, it doesn't matter what controller they're using. Like, as long as you design your inputs and stuff with that in mind. And of course, you can also set up remapping stuff if you want to. Like, programmatically, I think you can change these as well. So you can give the player options to remap controls. But yeah, like, and all of those, because they're in the input map, as these are defined as move up when it detects any of these buttons, then all of these different buttons will trigger the same code, like move left, move right, jumping, move up. So yeah, I love that about Godot. It's really cool. Okay. So we did that. I think right now the player is going to just fall off the screen, but I mean, hey, let's drop this bad boy in and see what happened. It's probably going to say there's no animation player because I didn't define an animation player. Did they even do that in... Yeah, they didn't deal with that in the tutorial. Maybe they did earlier on. Oh, they did. Okay. So they modified some code they did earlier where they started with making states in just like the class itself, or like inside the player with just one variable with the state machine, and then they changed it to use states. Yeah, it's fantastic. It's really good for input stuff. It's great at doing that. Okay, so I can just take a peek at some of the stuff they did before because I'm still a little unfamiliar with Animation Player. So they use the percent sign here, which means we're gonna grab the Animation Player node here, and we're gonna get a reference to it. And so what we can do now is, I don't know exactly how to use the Animation Player, so let me Google that. So, Animation Player. Let me see if the help docs read the latest stable version. Okay, why wouldn't you give me the latest stable version? I guess Google results are still linking to like older Godot documentation for some reason. Okay, so Animation player is better suited than tween for complex animations. For example, ones with non-trivial timings. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay, so there's not really like a tutorial here. This is just like the straight documentation. Let's go back. Okay, here we go. The Godot 2D sprite animation tutorial thing they have on their documentation. Perfect. So they're going to use animated sprite 2D, and then we will animate a sprite sheet using this class. Finally, we'll learn another way to animate with the player and the animation property of sprite 2D. Interesting. Okay, so let me skip that other stuff because I kind of know, I already know essentially how to do it with the animated sprite 2D. You know, we set up our animations here, so we get how that works. You can also use a sprite sheet with this by doing this with the this little button here. You can add frames from a sprite sheet. So if you don't want to slice up your sprite, or if you get one that isn't sliced up already for you, you can just do this. Similar to how Game Maker has that. I like that functionality a lot. So now, another way you can animate when using a sprite sheet is to use a sprite 2D node to display a texture and change it from the animation player. So does it need to be a sheet, or can we use individual sprite things? Like, I mean, I guess if we already have it like this, we could, instead of this, we could just do on ready. So we've already named it animation player, but we can do our animated sprite 2D, because from what I can see in the documentation, programmatically you can control your animated sprite 2D with play, just like you can with the animation player. So inside of our scripts here, let me go ahead and save this. Like when we do animation player play run, that should be good. Jumping does jump. Falling does fall. Idle does idle. And that's it. We only had 4. Okay. So that should now work. Was there any other code that they had on their player? Nope. They just had the code that we took out and put into states. Okay, so now we kind of need a solid floor for the player to collide with, but I mean, I guess we don't. We could just see if they fall off the screen immediately. Oh yeah, this is our main scene. Select current. Oh! Attempt to call function play in null instance. Uh-oh. Player. Animation player. When we enter the idle animation. So it's trying to call play on a... So the animation player is a null instance here. That's weird. Why is that? Uh-oh. Maybe it's... I don't think it's a percent sign. I think it's like that. There we go. He immediately fell out of the camera, but hey, we know it works. So there you go. And now, all we need to do is go into our main scene, and I think we can add... Is simpler than using the player? Yeah. It's able to animate without a player. You can set the texture. Okay. Oh, yeah, multiplayer. That's fair. Alright, well, I mean, I don't really think we really plan on multiplayer for this game at first, because multiplayer is very complicated, and this is going to be mainly just a simple little mining game, like upgrade game, whatever, to practice Godot a little bit. but, you know, maybe one day I'll get into multiplayer stuff, because that's always nice to have. Okay, so now, I guess for the ground, because I'm thinking it's going to be tile-based, right? There's going to be, like Terraria has little cubes that make up the world. I think it's essentially going to be like that. That's how Cole and other games do it. So what we'll probably do is maybe add a scene for, like, a tile. Let's see. How would we create a world of tiles, like a map made up of tiles in Godot? Because essentially we want it to be possibly... I don't think we can load the entire world at once. That would just be kind of silly, especially if we want to go kind of big and have a lot of room for the player to run around and explore. I don't know exactly what we're going to do for that, but, like, let's say, for the sake of argument, we do want it to be, like, a big size. We probably want to split it up into, like, a chunk kind of system. Maybe. Like, load sections of the world at a time. And maybe even generate them like that, too, so it'll just be, like, basically some basic, simple, random generation, but, maybe we want to do something like that. So, how do we want to do this? I think what we want to do is we probably want to have a script for, like, world generator. Okay. And this class is going to take in, like, we want to sort of, let's say, to start with, very simplistically, the first however much of this will be, like, empty space, just air blocks, and then it'll start generating dirt, and then stone, and then etc., right? So it'll just be very simplistic to start, you know, start out with just some tile map layers and leave the chunking. Okay. But I do want to fill them in scripting-wise, like, because essentially the world overall is going to be randomly generated, I think. So we do still want the world generator. I guess, okay, to start, we'll deal with that later. We'll just make a simple, you know, tile map that's as big as this to start with. So let's go ahead and make the tile map here. Deprecated, use tile map layers. Oh, okay. A tile map layer uses a tile set which contains a list of tiles, which are then used to create grid-based maps. Unlike the tile map node, which is deprecated, layer has only one layer of tiles. Oh, interesting. And for performance reasons, okay, yeah, because I remember tile map having some performance issues when I tried to do some stuff with that, like, last year. I was messing around with it. They're batched at the end of a frame. This means that scene tiles from a tileset scene collection source are initialized after their parent. This is only queued inside the scene tree. Interesting. You can also force your update if you do that. The coordinates serialized are limited to 16-bit signed integers. Ooh, that's good to know. Tiles outside this range are wrapped when saving, but you could probably get around that by just having like, I would assume you could get around that by just, like, you know, here is your tile map, the player is inside. And then your other, like, I would assume that you could probably just do a system like this of, like, here are the tile maps that are sort of around the player, and each one has their own internal coordinates that are kind of like, you have your position of the chunk, like each of these is a chunk, and then your tiles inside of here or whatever. One node per layer for more flexibility. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay. But yeah, this is what I envision eventually, is like, you have a sort of grid of tile maps that are each like some arbitrary XY size, and inside of these are where your individual tiles live. Like inside of each of these, you have your tile map of like, here's the ground tiles or whatever. That's what I assume is the approach to take here. And then you would just like, as the player moves this way, you would load in these and then offload these. As the player moves this way, you offload the top row and load in the bottom row. That's where my mind jumps to immediately. And like, since they would be probably essentially off camera, you could then, you could put loading and unloading tiles into like a threaded thing or whatever, whatever you want to do. I don't know. That's my initial naive assumption here. Oh, cool. They list a bunch of demos and tutorials and stuff. That's cool. Dynamic tile map layers? Oh, here we go. Example of how to make a fake wall using tile data runtime update method. Shows how to disable collisions per layer. Oh, okay, I see. So this demo is specifically about just how to update a thing, which I'll probably take a look at that later, because that sounds important for what we're doing. You can even do hexagonal, isometric. Okay. Very cool, very cool. They even have a 2D platformer demo. Wow, the demo is relatively complete. Like, it's got a whole bunch of sprites and stuff, and it's like a pretty playable little game. Okay, so anyways, that is cool. That is good to know. So let's go ahead and go back to our main scene. For now, we will just add a tile map layer. Inside of this layer, tile set. Okay, so we need to make a tile set. Let's see. Did I download some tiles, default tiles to use? Yes, I did. Cave tiles. So we have our little, just some shitty little basic thing. I don't want to say shitty. Like, they put some work into it. But this is just a default little thing. It's probably not something I'm going to stick with because, like, we want to do our own assets and stuff and learn how to make them ourselves. But we will go ahead and dump this into our assets folder. Okay. So now that we have this, tile maps has no tile source. Go to the panel to add one. So resource. Is it? No. How do we? I forgot how to do tile sets already. The tile set bottom panel, which I think is resource. Oops. Why am I gonna do that? Okay, hold on. Internally chunked and clipped, so don't worry about having chunks larger than the screen and keeping all 8 adjacent ones loaded. They don't clog up the rendering. Okay, interesting. Gotcha. That's good to know. Okay, so hold on. The edited tile map has no tile set resource. So you make a tile set. It has no tile source configured. Well, how do you... Custom data layers... Terrain sets? Tile set used by this layer. Textures, collisions, all set. Add element. What? I don't remember how this works. Documentation, help me. Godot tile set layer. Or tile map layer. Uses a tile set. Unlike the tile map node. Yeah, I got that. Okay, so a tile set is a library of tiles, which is that's what we're messing with here. So it handles a list of tile set source, each containing a set of tiles. Go to the tab instead of the tile map tab. Boy. Is that not this? In the bottom. Oh! Okay, thank you. There we go. Okay, so now, yeah, that's divided correctly. There's a way to, like, set up auto-tiling, I remember, but is that in the tile map patterns? Where was auto-tiling? Let's see, Godot, auto. I've done this before. It's not coming to me off the top of my head because it's been a while. It's been a hot minute. Okay, but I think it's in the documentation here. Selecting tiles for painting. Painting modes. Painting randomly with scattering, yep. Tile connections automatically using terrains. Here we go. So creating terrain sets. Okay, so select the tile map layer node, go to the inspector, create a new terrain set within the tile set resource. Okay. So terrain sets, there we go. That's where this comes in. Okay. After creating a terrain set, you must create one or more terrains within the set. So we add one, at least. And so this will be, I don't know, dirt. 3 dots, you can find tiles for all non-transparent cells. Got you. Okay, yeah. Right. All right, hold on. We'll get there. IDs, terrain set IDs and terrain IDs are independent from each other. They start from 0, not 1. Got it. Okay. So, after we have our terrain, right? So we have our terrain here. We have dirt. We can add stone. And let's... Oop. Color picker, hello. It, like, took a minute to load in, and now it won't come back. There it is. I don't know, some sort of grayish color. That's good enough. Okay, so now what we do, you can now configure the terrain peering bits section, which becomes visible in the middle column. So we go here. We go to tile set. Okay, hold on. Oh. Okay. So, all right, hold on. So I want to select all of this, and that's set to zeros. So that's good. So now what we do is, got it. So right, oh, I see. There should be like a tool that lets us just like map this out. I remember, instead of having to edit the numbers individually, like there was a way to draw the connections. I don't remember how to do that. Oh, is it paint? Terrains? Terrain set 0? Dirt? Yeah, here we go. I don't know why it's so, like, light. Oops, I didn't mean to do... There we are. So we do that, and then we do that. That should now auto-tile these, because they have their connection set up, so it's like, if there are tiles here, here, here... I don't think we actually need the corner, but maybe we do. Because I don't know what happens when it's like that, but I don't think we're going to run into that very often. Oh. It's so discordant. What is this? I forgot this from like Undertale or Deltarune. I don't remember where this plays. And so now we can go to stone. Wait a minute. So dirt. And we can go to stone. Actually, no. We want to do... Like these, terrain set 0. These are terrain 1. Oh, yeah, it's like, it takes on the color of its terrain set. That's why the colors look kind of hard to see. Oopsie. Let's go ahead and, not make these representative of the, thing, so they're a little bit easier for us to see here. And then stone. We'll make this like, I don't know, some sort of bright purple. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so we got dirt and stone, and then let's add one more. And this will be ore. And we'll make this one like a bright red. Okay, so let's select. Oh, don't do that. That'll be 2. We will paint ore. And there we go. Okay, so now we have our auto tiles. Then what we can do is we can go to tile map. Let's see, what do we do here? Tile map selection to store a pattern. Okay, so we need to go to, so we've created the terrains. Do we go here? What? We have our terrain set. So do we have to put them... Well, what the heck do we do now? I forgot how to use them. Because they're not under... Is it because they're not in the atlas or whatever? Terrain set 0. Oh, well, that's painting. Setup. Name. I don't... Does it need a name right now? Terrains are good to go. We've got all those set. Okay. So we got our terrains set up. Let's see. So now we go to the tile map itself. Got our cave tiles, so if we choose that, that just paints the tile straight out, so we don't want to do that. Terrains should have... There should be terrains in here, right? Because we made them, and they should be in here. Drag and drop or paste a tile map selection here to store a pattern. We don't want patterns. We want it to auto tile with the terrains. How do we do that? Tile map terrain. Guide to terrains. Yeah, okay. Let's see this slideshow really quick. Right, so we've done the thing. We set up the peering bits. Oh, we should probably set it to, I think there's like a mode for, but I don't see where you set that. Terrain sets. Oh yeah, match sides. There we go. And then it's, yeah, and then it just, okay, there we go. Match sides is what we're looking for. All right. So that's good. Not quite, but we're almost done setting up the character is set up. Now we just need, like, we're setting up the tiles for the character to, like, stand on. Okay, so we got our match sides. And now like, they're in the tile set. So how do I use them in... How do I put them in the thing? Paint properties? Setup? Paint? We've already painted the connections. So that's done. Like, those are good to go. But how do we use this in our tile map? It's not coming up under terrains. Like, there should be... Right? Shouldn't they? We made them. They're in here. Godot terrain not in tile terrain list. All right, Google AI. He comes up, it's like, oh, it's not in your list. Do this. Do I need to, like, close this or something? Or, like... Maybe it's just not registered properly, you know what I mean? Like, maybe it needs to... It needs to, like, refresh to understand that it has terrains available. Very interesting. Paint. Let's paint. No physics layer. Oh, we need a physics layer, right, for collision? Yeah, collision layer and collision mask. There we go. We need collision on all this gunk. That would help. I mean, I don't think that's why it's not visible, but we do need collision. Okay, so there's that. But now, where do we get the terrains from? How do we get these to appear here? That's weird. I don't. Maybe we need to, like, save. I don't know, man. I thought I did what I need to do, right? Like, we created the terrain. The terrain is here: dirt, stone, ore, whatever. We have tiles assigned to each terrain set, and they have their bits selected, so that way they'll exist. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. So what do we do now? How do we get this to actually be usable? That's the question. They show up for you? Huh, weird. I don't know why it's... Because I think that's all you gotta do. Like, that should be it. Maybe there is something where I need to, like, reload something. Oh, well, there we go. Disabling and enabling it again. Now it's got the... Alright, whatever. Yeah, I guess there was some minor little issue on my end. I don't know, works on my machine. Alright, well, there you go. So now, we have a functioning thingamabob. And so the idea here is like, you know, we have our stone layer, but then we have a dirt layer, and then we have ore. I wonder if there's a way to like, because there's a random selection thing, like alternate tiles. There's like a random selection thing you could do. I wonder if you could do that with terrains, like randomly pick when you're placing a whole like area. I don't think so, because see, there's place random tile and patterns, but I don't think that doesn't exist in terrains. So we'll do it programmatically eventually, but let's just I don't know. Let's slap some ores in here. Although I think the ores should probably they should look to, you know, because they should just fit in here nicely. That's okay for now, but these tiles should kind of detect each other because they're the same texture, you know what I mean? I don't know if there's a way to do that, to make, like, different auto tiles, like, accept connections with other terrains. Maybe you would just include them in the same terrain set. Set cells terrain connection and set path, which uses the same code as the way the editor updates the tiles. Okay. Yeah, I wonder if that's, I wonder how performant that is. Wow. He doesn't move right, but he moved left. That's for sure. Okay, well there we go. We got a player that move around. We've done it. He's schmoovin'. So now, what do we want to do? I think we need the ability to, like, zoom in and out. Because it's very, very tiny. I don't know if I want to do that right now, but that needs to be put on the docket, is being able to zoom in, because it is quite tiny, as is. So, I don't know, we'll see how that goes. Okay. But for now, what we could do is, let's see. So we can add a new node. We can name it, I don't know, like... So what we have to think about is how the player is going to mine resources. I guess to start, they'll have a pickaxe. I don't know what other kind of things I want them to do, but maybe swinging the pickaxe can be its own state. So we can have, like, different attacks use, like, different tools and stuff, or different, like, there's different things you can do. So we'll have maybe a pickaxe be the, or we'll have, punch. We'll have him punch blocks like Minecraft for now. And then we'll think about, like, what kind of equipment and stuff he'll have later. Create a new script. Call it punch. Well, I guess to, hold on. Where is... How do you rename it? To fit the naming scheme of everything else, we'll just say punching. Okay, and to start, we need the enter function. We'll say the player... Well, actually, no, we don't want to do that. And then what did I name it? I already forgot. Named attack. Let's call this, punch. Okay. And then There's the physics update, which, I mean, I guess we're doing everything else in physics update. Now, this one is an interesting class, or a state, because we're doing something beyond just moving the player around. So we may even not do it in physics update, but do it in update. Or this one. I don't know what the difference would be, but let's do it in update. Well, let's still do input handling in physics update. I think we still want the player to move around. Like, we still want to let the player move. So we'll do this. And what's going to happen is, okay, here's where we'll use the regular update function. What's going to happen inside this state is this state is going to have a timer. Or actually, no, I think there's a function for seeing if the animation has ended. If player.animation player dot... Is there... Hold on, let's see. Godot animation player. Let me look this up in the documentation. Let's see. So is there... When the light is running low, and the shadows start to grow, and what happens at the end of an animation? Like, does it just loop automatically? Animation looping. Okay, so if we turn off animation looping, right? What do we do at that point? So let's see, is playing. Returns true if the animation is currently playing. Pauses the currently playing animation. Well, how do we know if the animation has finished? Like, if it's not set to loop, what happens at the end of the animation? I just need to know when the animation's done, and then we're good. But I'm not sure. Let me just Google it. Godot, check if animation is done playing. You can use a signal it fires called animation finished. But that's like 2 years old. I don't know if that's, let's see, animation player. Okay, well that's for the animation player, not for like... Maybe we do need to use the animation player then. Use the signal? Yeah, but... I don't see a signal as an option for, like, animated sprite 2D, I think. Or maybe... Oh, wait, I'm not even looking at that. I'm looking at a different... Let's see. Animated sprite 2D. How do we... I want to see the signal. Like, is that just, like, a built-in thing? Signals. Okay, here we go. Animation finished. So the signal is not emitted if it's loops. Okay, that's fine. So what we need to do is we need to subscribe. We need to like and subscribe. So when we enter, we need to play punch, but we need to subscribe. How do we do that again? I think we did that somewhere else, right? We need to connect, I think. Right? So if you connect a signal, connects this signal to a callable. I think that's what we want to do. We want to call... player dot... Right? Is that what's going on here? So, if you have a signal... Let's see, so the state has a signal finished. So we have a signal called animation finished. So we want to connect animation finished. Right? In the scene? I think I've used it a little bit before. Let me see here. Signals. So we can go animation finished. We can connect this to punch. Let's just shorten that name a little bit so it's not gobbledygook. Specify a method. Can you not just make the method for me, smiley face? Oh, I need to attach the script. There we go. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So you attach it here. And then... Right. Okay. Let's, disconnect. But then... See, like, we're having the states themselves handle their bullshit. Okay. So... So when an animation is finished, I guess... Because we only want this to really do something on specific states, so... Don't have to worry about it. Yeah, exactly. That's true. That's true. Okay, so maybe we just make a variable or something, like when an animation is finished, we give the state a variable or something like, oh, animation finished is true. You know, whatever. So we just kind of pass it down. Okay, we don't know that. Now, I think probably what we do is create that variable on enter. And then, like, I don't even think we need to make it. Like, I think, but, well, we probably do if we're checking it here, like, if animation finished. Where was it? It was finished.emit. And then, okay, here's where we can check if we emit, like, running or jumping or whatever. Or if we emit, like, idle or moving. So we do this. Oh, I think the music is done. Hold on, let me slap on something else that'll get me... that'll get me, I don't know, fucking copyright detected on YouTube. Fuck, I don't know what I want to listen to. Calm Nintendo game music to finish the day. There you go. Okay, I need to turn that up a little bit, and there we go. Alright, so when the animation is over, we'll just nest some if statements, who cares? Right. This is a... like that, yeah, duh. I mean, that's true. But, like, I don't know, I wanted to keep the same sort of... like... I don't know. It would be nice if I could just keep the same pattern that we're doing already, where it's like at the end of the physics update, we handle emitting the finish signal for each state. I didn't want to like introduce for different states like different moments in time that we're emitting the signal, because then it's like, I don't know, that to me that just feels like it can get weird. Like it seems ideal to always have states emit their finish signal at the end of the physics update, because then we know it's reliable. Like we can almost always rely on, at the end of a physics update, we will emit the finish signal, and that's when we do like the next steps of whatever else we do with the states. Because the animation finishing is probably not going to happen at the same time. Calling a method, then each state can decide if it needs to remember it for the next update or not. Okay, so I mean, I guess yeah, we could just do it with pass, you know. But then it's like, I don't, that just, because I think what you're saying here, right, is you're saying, okay, so the state class is going to have like function animation finished, right? And that's going to be something that only the states that use it implement. And then the state machine will then just say like, oh, you just call, you know, state.animation finished. There you go, the animation's finished. But what I'm saying is this signal, when this triggers, is not going to be reliably at the end of a physics process. And I kind of want to have, like, I want state signals, like the finish signal, to reliably be emitted at the end of a physics update, or the end of the physics process function. Like, I want that to be the same. I don't want to start introducing states where they emit the finish signal outside of physics update, if that makes sense. Because to me, that just doesn't seem like a good idea. Because then it's like, let's say later I rely on, okay, states are going to change at this certain point in time at the end of a physics update. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's probably a good idea, even if it may not matter. I don't know. Like, I want it to make sure that at the end of the physics update, that is when you emit the finish signal. Because, like, let's say we call state animation finished, and we call this function, like, outside of the physics update, then it's like, if that starts emitting the finish signal for that state, I don't know. I don't want it to, I want it to happen specifically at the end of this, if that makes sense. Like, I want it to be a reliable thing, and I want to make sure that nothing else is happening when that signal's emitted. For the animation being finished, like, I want to make sure that that's processed at the end of this. So it's like, I don't want state machine to process it for the state. I want the state itself to process, you know, the thing. So I don't want to call this function from state machine, because now state machine is forcing the state to go on to the next one, instead of letting the state itself run its logic to decide, okay, I'm going to check at the end of my physics update, should I now change state and finish and emit this signal? You know what I mean? Like, I want all of these signals to always be emitted at the end of the physics process. So, sure, I could do this and have the state machine do it, but if the state machine forcibly calls this function, like, maybe this function could set a variable, but, like, I ultimately want it to happen here. I don't want it to happen outside of physics update. So that's why I was thinking, like, I kind of need a variable, if it's tied to, like, because I don't think I can check this animation finish signal here unless I have it tied to just some variable that's set when the signal goes off. Because, you know, we don't know when the animation is going to finish. I don't know, unless you can think of, like, there's a better way to do this in Godot. But I don't want to start mixing up when my states end. Because, see, it's also, like, when the state is finished, that's when we call transition to next state. So if we call this on some weird other part of the state's functionality, like I you know what I mean? Like I want to make sure that that doesn't get funky and mixed up. So I don't think I should do it this way, because then that could get weird. Yeah, I guess that's true. I don't know. Like, what? It's not that I mean it's going to happen in the middle of it. It's just like physics update happens at a specific point in time in like the stack of like what is happening every frame. And I just want it to be the same as the other code. Like, I don't want to start mixing up the way that I end the states. Just logistically. It's not so much that it's going to be a big issue, I guess. Yeah, you're probably right that it's not really going to matter. But I just want to make sure that it doesn't happen a different way. I want to make sure that that this signal is emitted at the end of the physics update. Like, that way it's like, okay, we know that we have finished this function, instead of like, you know, we emit the signal before we do a physics update, and then there's like a frame of like oddity of like, oh, we skipped a physics update and started doing something else. Because let's say we're a frame away from hitting the ground. Like if we're mining and we start falling or something, I don't know. I just want to make sure that it's like, it happens at the end of the physics update. Just to make sure that nothing is odd. So I think what I will do is, it'll be silly, but I'm gonna just give it we're just gonna give it a variable. And there you go. Like, that's, we don't even have to do anything. We just to a constant. Oh, whoops. Oh, right. It's, yeah, get rid of that. There we go. And then, yeah, we just have to declare it. So we'll probably, because this is giving it to any state regardless of whatever the fuck is happening, can we just do a Boolean? Is that, can you do, how do you statically type a variable? Oh, you do colon. Okay, so you do var animation finished. Cool. Okay, so we'll just do that. We'll add this as like a class variable. And then, you know, you could even go a step further and have getters and setters and fucking whatever. But we'll do that. And that way, if it needs it, it's there. If not, oh well. And I think that's fine, because then we could use if we need to pass data to the class, like, I think that might be a good way to do it. So that way we're making sure that we're not like overstepping bounds, and we're leaving it up to the class to decide what it's doing, instead of like the state machine is just letting, like, calling these functions for the state to process its stuff and have the state do all the logic. So we keep the logic to the state, and we just give it the information that the animation is finished. I don't know. In my mind, that makes sense from, like, object-oriented stuff, but maybe that's wrong. But yeah, I don't know. We'll just do it that way. It's fine. I guess maybe we'll put this after we do running first. Actually, what we could do, I mean, we could just do if it's equal to this, idle else. Like, because if it's not, we're already checking for input, right? So we just do else. We don't have to like do another like whole conditional check. We can just know, like, if it's not idle, then they're running. Right? I'm pretty sure. And so now what we can do is from no, input dot, what is it? Is action just pressed? We'll just call it punch for now. And now we can tie in punching into our nonsense here. So we'll say the player can do it from jumping, so you can like jump to mine stuff. They can do it from idle. They can do it from whatever they want. And we'll add a new action, punch. Right? Yeah. That animation finishes falls from the machine whenever it's deactivated. Good idea, yes. Okay, yeah, I'll do that in a second. Thank you for the reminder. And we'll say that, like, okay, if you're moving with WASD, your right hand would be probably controlling stuff like punching and whatnot. I don't know. We'll put it on a few different buttons. Not that. So jumping is Y. I don't know. What do we want to do? What would be good buttons for punch? Actually, hold on. Maybe jumping is not button 3, but like button 0, like A. So the bottom button is your jump, and then punch is like B. For thinking about it from like Xbox perspective. So they're like kind of right next to each other, and it's easy to jump and punch if you want. What about like spacebar? I don't know, whatever. Or actually, maybe space should be jump. You know what I mean? Like, because up doesn't really make a lot of sense. Oh, true. All right, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't... Oh, there it goes. Left mouse button. I don't know. Maybe space. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe space should just be jump. Yeah, I think that might make more sense than W. And I think instead of move up, we'll rename it to jump. Let's dumpster that one. Let's dumpster that one. So left mouse button. Oh yeah, because we're gonna be aiming with the mouse anyway. So yeah, duh, left mouse button. Doi. And I think like with the controller, we're gonna have to figure out some. Yeah, because you want to pick the tile you're mining. So yeah, duh. Right. Okay. So let's do that. And then let's see. So from idle. From running. Now it's going to change the animation, but I mean, we'll figure something out later. Maybe we'll have a separate thing for mining, so that way you can move and mine at the same time. Or maybe we'll just have two different animations, one for moving and mining, one for just mining. I don't know. We can figure that out another time. It's not like life or death. There we go. So you can... Uh-oh. Okay, so it plays the animation once. That animation needs to happen faster. But also, after it plays it once, it needs to, right, like you said, reset the thing. I forgot to do that. So state.animation finished is false, right? Because these do persist. I'm kind of used to the idea of them getting destroyed and created. So there we go. So you'll still just do your mining animation while you're moving around, which is fine for now. We'll figure something out for that. One option would be like if the character sprite was in different parts and like there was the controller for the legs moving around and the controller for the torso, like mining. I think that's probably how like stuff like Starbound and Terraria or whatever do it, like the arms are their own thing. Or we could do, like I was saying before, like maybe there's an animation for walking and mining like combined. But we got that working. And what we need to do now is we need to get the tile under the mouse, make sure that's close enough to the player that it's in range. Yeah, kinda. Like, that's what I'm thinking. Something along those lines. So it's like, you know, you can just mine whatever you want. Maybe it could be also like, there can be an option for detecting the nearest tile, detecting what's under your mouse. And the nearest tile thing would help for controller, because then it's like, you could just mine whatever's close by, instead of having to like specifically aim at something. And that would probably lend itself more to controller. But for now, we'll focus on mouse, and then we'll do controller stuff later. Okay, so now we do, I think here in the state, we want to do, So the player is going to have, I don't think it's going to be, I guess for now we could export it and test things out. But we're going to need like a mining power, right? Blocks are going to have maybe a certain amount of health. You do a certain amount of damage. Once its health is less than or equal to 0, the block breaks and you get its drops. Now, what we need to do is we need to detect if a block, like we need a way to keep track of block health without going too insane and like bloating memory with like, we have all of the block health stored, right? So that would be silly. Probably what we do is we check, like we have tile coordinates, you know, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, blah, 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 blah. And each tile coordinate is like a key. Maybe we use a dictionary, but dictionaries can be slow. Maybe we use a 2D array, actually, or a 1D array that's mapped, because that would be pretty quick. And we can store tile health in, like, some... Arrays can't resize. Well, they kind of can, but you know what I mean? Like, we don't want to store all of the tile health. We just want to store tile health for tiles that you actually start to matter. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Dictionary keyed by coordinates, and we could prune it after, like if you stop mining a tile, you could just remove it, or we could just prune it like when the world resets or something or whatever. They're fast enough unless you're blowing up tens of thousands. Okay, yeah, that's good then. We'll do that. Yeah, I don't know too much about performance and like what I need to be worried about, so okay, yeah, if dictionaries are fine, yeah, we'll just do that. Now, I don't know how that's going to matter with negative coordinates. Maybe we'll have to think about that one day, but today is not that day. I also don't know, like, because is the vector, right? Because you can have tiles. What am I trying to say? Like, is every tile position going to be a unique key for the dictionary? I mean, you can just use straight up the vector position of the tile as a key, right? Like, and I think that would be unique. Okay, so step 1, we need to know where the mouse is. Vector 2 is a key, works fine. Okay, perfect. So we need to take mouse position, turn that into a vector 2 that is, you know, mapped to the 16 by 16 grid. So wherever the mouse is, we'll just draw a square there for now, like infinite range, whatever. Do we want that to be under the player? I don't think so. I think we want the mouse control stuff. Maybe, where do we want this to be? Probably its own thing, like a controller for mouse stuff, or do we want to just cram that into the player? I don't know if input as a Godot engine object. Maybe we just do it in the do we do it in the player state? Do we do it in the player? 2i. Oh yeah, 2i, right, because it's gonna turn into, yeah, it's gonna be integers. We're not gonna do yeah. Where do we want to put this code? So handle input. Does this get called? Is there a console log? Is it just print? Print value? Yes, okay. I don't know if we can turn having Vector 2 because you made a whole ass infinite text mode multiplayer canvas website. Oh, that's fun. Let's see. So what I want to know is if unhandled input ever gets called. Like if the mouse input stuff will end up this also returns void. I want to know if this handles anything, and I don't know if we can print the event. Let's just do this. Okay, mouse left. Mouse left starts spamming the console with unhandled input. So not call for stuff, it clicks. Okay, so I guess the reason mouse left is called. Why does mouse left call this? Interesting. Huh. It calls it in. Let's see. So I put that in punching. Wait a minute. Did that like not let us punch anymore? Okay, we still punch. So when I'm holding left click, nothing happens. When I let go, that's weird. When I just like tap left click, it starts spamming the console instead of using the input functions directly. Right. So what I was thinking is like when we left click, at that instant, we can just check. Well, no, because I want the mouse, so I want it to, like, show you, like, direct feedback, maybe. I don't know. I guess we don't have to, but I feel like it might be kind of nice to have, like, a little highlighting square around the tile that you're aiming at. So I wanted to be, like, even without left-clicking, like, when you're moving the mouse around, it can highlight the tile that your mouse is over, you know, just in general. I wanted to start by just anywhere on the screen where my mouse is, it draws like a yellow square, or whatever, you know what I mean? So in order to do that, would I not mouse enter or exit? Would I use, like, is there a signal for mouse movement? And I just, like, okay, when the mouse moves, Check the tile it's over, draw a thing there. Click more than once per frame. What do you mean? What? I don't think somebody can click more than once per frame. But like I just... Let's see. Just check it every frame. Okay. I was just trying to think about, like, what would be a good place to put that off the top of my head. Maybe we put that code in the player object itself. To just check the mouse position and stuff. And then if a state needs it, it just grabs it from the player. Because, you know, it's already grabbing player velocity, so... If it needs to know, like, here in the update, where we're gonna... This is where we're gonna call, like... You know, damage the block if your mouse is over a mineable block. We can just grab the player, like, something from the player. Or maybe the player... You know, the player is what's checking what the mouse is over. Because that's kind of independent of what your state is. And then... we... You know, the player has the moused over tile. Like, so... In the player's, update function or whatever. Because I think the player has this too. Let me do that. So in this function, we check the mouse position. We, you know, if it's over a valid tile that is solid, we store like that tile index or whatever. Oh, process. Right. That's what it's called. Thank you. So we, yeah. So let's do that. And I think input. I thought there would just be like a thing. Mouse and input coordinates. They have a page in the documentation about this. So viewport display coordinates. So under the input function, oh, there is input event mouse motion, and then in event position. So you can also get viewport, get mouse position. Gert, we can gert viewport. So we can do that, right? And that'll just give us the mouse position. And that's all we really need. Okay. And then once we have this, what does this return? A vector 2. Okay, so we can then do get global mouse position. Oh. So yeah, that's not just like, oh, is that something I can just call? Okay. Returns the mouse cursor's global position relative to the canvas layer that contains this node. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. And that also returns a vector 2? Yes. But we want to turn that into a vector 2i to the nearest, you know, power, like 16. So mouse pause equals, let's see. Tile map layer local to map. Oh, okay. Does that take a vector 2? Let's see. Oops. Local to map. No, that's not how you do that. So we would need to get a reference to this. I feel like reaching out of this, like that's gonna get messy. I guess for now I could. You know what else I could do? I see. So, one thing I'm thinking is that we could just have, like, left click makes the player do an animation. But the actual, like, damage the block stuff could not even be in the player state, right? That could be somewhere else. And that way, what we could do is maybe even the tile map layer itself has script on it, right? Or, like, something else in the scene handles that stuff. Because it doesn't necessarily need to come from the player, it's just the player has the variable for mining power. But I don't know. I don't know if it really matters what way around I do this, because something is going to have to reach into something else to, like, check information. Okay, well, for now, we'll just put it in the player. So I need to get the tile map layer from here. So I could export a node thing, but if I want to just nab it, like as a sibling, we can use the %, and that's what that's for, I think. So we could say, like, maybe on ready. I don't know if, so we could just store a reference to the tile map. I don't know what the colon equals. I forget what that means. So we could try that, right? Is it %? Access as unique name. Regardless of its position in the scene tree. So maybe we do that. Static type. Oh, got it. Okay. Good. Thank you. Yeah, that we want to do static typing. Concerns always cross eventually. Yeah. Okay. Another thing we could do is emit like a mine block signal, because, you know, signals are good to do, and that's what Godot is already kind of around, is like nodes emit signals. So technically what we could do is emit a signal from the player that then, like, the tile map handles itself. Because the tile map, like, we can just tell the tile map, here's the mining power, and here's the position, you deal with it. Maybe that's what we do, right? Because I'm not used to using signals, so maybe I should get in that habit more, instead of just, like, tying it into the player object. Maybe on left click, right? Because we're already doing something when we left click. We can emit another signal. So, where is it? Like, our state has a signal for finished, but we can also have a signal for do damage or whatever, right? Like damage tile. Right? And then we could do tile position as a vector 2, and then we can handle converting that into 2i and stuff, like in the tile map script or whatever. And then we can have damage as an int. Is it just int? Yeah. Or is it capital I int? Integer? No, is it just int? Yeah, okay, fair enough. So I was thinking, like, you know, maybe we should use signals as the, like, the thingamabob. But yeah, maybe this is fine. Okay, well, you know, fair enough. So then we check. So now we do tilemap dot to local. Wait. Is that gonna give me okay, let me just pull up the tilemap documentation. Or tilemap layer. Excuse me. The new and improved tilemap. So tilemap layer. Okay, we have local to map. Returns the map coordinates of the cell containing the given local position. If local position is in global coordinates, consider using node2d.toLocal before passing it to this method. See also map to local. Returns the centered position of a cell local in the tilemap layer's local coordinate space. To convert the returned value into global coords, use to global. See also local to map. This may not correspond to the visual position of the tile. It ignores the texture origin property of individual tiles. Okay, so we want local to map, right? Because I think we want local to map. I'm just gonna try it out, and because it's confusing to just read about this, because it's like the same shit in just different words. Okay, so var mouse pause, and then we do that. Being able to call methods with arbitrary values without creating a script at all. Oh. That's interesting. That does sound neat. So we want to check. So we convert this local to map, and that returns the 2i. Okay, so now we've converted it into vector 2i. So at this position in the tile map, we want to know if that tile is not air. Like if it's dirt, stone, or whatever. We want to do that. And then I would imagine the terrain ID would give us, like, you know, the terrain ID could be what determines its health value. Like dirt has a health of like 10, stone is 20, ore is 30, whatever. I would assume we could do something like that. And then from there we can like manage it and store it in that dictionary. And that dictionary, I don't know if we want to, I think we want to store that dictionary either in tilemap layer or somewhere else, right? Because that dictionary of like tile health doesn't really make sense to store in the player. So that was also kind of the reason I was thinking maybe we process this outside of the player object if something else is storing. So we could just call a function out of like tilemap, right? So maybe if we add a script to this, can we just call a method from this script? Let's just call it tilemap. So if we do like unc, so let's say it has a variable, tile health. Let's see. In the tutorial, did they use underscores for their like variable names? They did. I typically do camel case, but I guess we should do camel case for like states or class names, and we should do underscores for variable names. I mix that shit up all the time. I do not have a strong coding style, like cohesiveness at all. I just do whatever. It's vibes-based coding, you know, like fuck it. Right. So we should stay a little bit consistent with that. We'll make this a dictionary, and then So this doesn't have to return anything. And this can check, okay, if the tile's empty, do nothing. If it's got a tile, attack it and store its health. So damage tile, and this is where we can pass in the, it's a bit verbose. You can abstract it with method on the, yeah, okay. Usually make a custom tile map utility and hide all the code for doing it in there, so I don't have to put the same script on every layer. That's a good point. I'll scoot the script off to something else like that. Let's do it. I think we'll do it here, just straight up in the layer for now, because we only have the one layer. We just want to get the code working. And then we'll take the code, slap it into like an abstract object that, yeah, manages the tile maps, which is kind of like something which is going to probably contain a node with the world generator stuff in it as well. So we'll refactor that. That'll be pretty. I don't think that's going to be too difficult of a refactor to do after we get the basic functionality going. But yeah, that's a good idea. Like this can just go into a, we'll rename it like, tile health or something. Something like tile manager. I don't know, whatever. Yeah, we'll do that. Good idea. Okay. So to damage a tile, we need to know position as a vector 2 and damage as an int. And then what we do is var so what we can do is we can just we don't need to store the new vector 2i position. We can just get the mouse position, slap it into this function, this method, whatever. And we can say like local to map get cell atlas chords and then look up the info in the tile set. I see. And I'm assuming get cell atlas chords. But what about get cell tile data? What does that return? What is tile data? Flip, material, modulate, terrain. Okay, tile data has the terrain in it. That's what I was thinking, right? We get the terrain ID, because that's like the tiles, that's the idea of the tile. Like, terrain 0 is dirt, terrain 1 is stone. Do you think that makes sense? Like, because what we could do is, we can local to map, and then we can get cell tile data, right? Like that. Because local to map turns it into a 2i, and then yeah, so there you go. Yeah, tile data has the flip, horizontal, flip, vertical, the material, the modulate for color, probability, I guess for if it's like for the chance thing. Terrain set, texture origin, transpose, Y sort origin, and Z index. And then it also has a bunch of methods like adding collision, occluder, getting collision, getting whatever. You can get custom data. So if you have custom tile data, you can just call get custom data and, say whatever the fuck. Yeah, so, okay. So we'll do that. And now this will return tile data, which will just have everything. I don't think we need everything for this. We just need, this is going to be the tile ID. And we're going to do this, and we're going to do dot terrain. Because then the terrain is just going to be, it's going to be an integer 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. -1 will be air, I think. That makes sense. If there's no terrain, it's just air. Because there's no tile there. So that's good. So what we can do is if tile ID is greater than -1, or maybe just not equal to, I don't know if it matters. We can do, and if not, you don't damage anything. Problem solved. The function just leaves. So if it's not -1, oh right, I should variable names consistency. Although in the tutorial they have like their function names kind of follow the same naming methodology. which to me is like, well, if you're gonna have classes be named a specific way, and your variables are named a specific way, I feel like your functions should be named a specific way, like maybe combining camel case or like doing camel case or something like along with that, or I don't know. Just so you know at a glance, but whatever. Okay, so what we do now is tile health. Okay, maybe we store this because we only want to do this once, so we're gonna need to use this multiple times. Yeah, I've used Python a lot, but I also never really absorbed Python's best practices for the style guide for Python. I never absorbed that shit. I did it. I winged it every time. Like, I have so many programming projects where the way that I name classes and functions and variables is different between projects. I'm just like deranged. I don't know what's wrong with me. I do not follow style guides or anything, like, ever. Okay, so can we just do this, or do we need to... That sounds normal? Okay, I didn't know if that's normal. Because every, like, programmer, like, professional developer and stuff always, like, harps on style guides. Maybe the reason they do that is because they know it's normal to just not care. And it's like, they're trying to get you to care and to, like, not just make it up as you go, because then if you're working in, like, a company and working with other programmers, it gets really confusing because everybody just, like, does whatever. That would make a lot more sense, actually. Okay. So can we just do this for a dictionary? Experience. Yeah, exactly. Oh wait, no, is it square brackets actually for that shit? Yeah, and then so if it's not -1, we do, let's say 10 plus 10 times tile ID for now. Just a simple little goofy algorithm that'll increase the health by 10 for every different type of terrain. And so that's the base health. And then we do we need to know if that key exists, but that's not ideal to check, right? Like, so the idea would be, if the key is not already in the dictionary, initialize the value. If the key is in the dictionary, just decrement the value. I mean, you're never going to be hitting a bunch of tiles at once, so I guess it doesn't matter, because we're going to prune it when the tile hits 0 anyways. Or after a certain amount of time, like, maybe it just prunes. It might have to keep track of that per tile you damage, but we'll think about something later for that. So let's do, because it's not going to be massive. So if, let's see. So let me look this up really quick. Godot, check for key in dictionary. I don't know if there's like a quick, simple way for this. If we should check this, or if we should, because there's like dictionary.has is the concise way to get a value or a default. Very pog. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so we could do, oh, that's, hell yeah, let's do that. Let's do, we could tie that in to this, right? So we could do, wait, maybe, okay, no, hold on. Maybe we do this in a different line. But let's, let's cut this off. Like, maybe we could do a one-liner. Like, that's, my brain feels like there's a way to do this in one line. So what you're saying is, when you do dict.get, that's going to either get the value that's already there, or 0 being that's the default. Like 0 is the default value if there's no existing value, is what you're saying, right? So if there's a value at tile position, oh, what's wrong? Oh, right, duh. Tile health, that the name of the dictionary, is either the value that's already there or this value, and then minus damage, right? And then that would always be but I mean, we're already like indexing it here. So what happens if this doesn't exist in the dictionary and we index it? Does that create an entry in the dictionary? So like this would, for an empty dictionary, this would, you know, it would look here and say like, okay, there's no key at tile position. So it would set this equal to this value, and then we would subtract damage immediately. And then, okay. And then the next time we do it, it would, see, I was just thinking like, we're like getting twice. I don't know if this really matters. Okay, well, we'll just do it like that. And then if Helath, I don't think indexing the dictionary like this is like a slow thing anyways. So if it's less than or equal to 0, then how do you prune it? Let's see. Let me look this up. Godot dictionary prune key. Oh, it's dot erase. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Erase tile position. And that should prune it from the dictionary. Doesn't want me to underscore these? Is that why it's complaining? Okay. So, whenever we want to damage a tile, we do this. This will keep track of its health, and then if its health hits less than 0, we erase it from the dictionary. We'll just do that right now. We'll worry about drops and whatnot, like, later. But this should work. And then, so now what we need to do, we don't just need to prune it from the dictionary, we need to delete the tile from the tile map. So, so now if I look back at the tile map layer documentation, there should be a function, which you might have already mentioned earlier, but there should be a function to, what is it, erase cell? Yeah, erase cell, I think, we could just call that. And I think we just call erase cell like this because this, yeah. And does that update the tile map, like the connections? That might not. We might actually have to, might have to use a different function for this, right? To make sure that it like properly clear cell. Yeah, let's see. So there's set cell, update internals. No. Clear cell. Clears all cells. So there is an underscore update cells called when the tile map cells need an internal update. This update may be caused from individual cells being modified or by a change in the tile set. The first call is always for initializing the cells. Do you think it just like the engine internally when you call erase cell will just like we'll just mark it and say like, hey, the cells need to be updated? Editing terrain and pass a -1. Oh, okay. Yeah. So you're saying, where is it? Okay, yeah, set cell. And then it says if the cell will be erased. And And then there's one set cells terrain connect. And it updates the cell's coordinates array so that the... Oh, that's for an array. So maybe it's just the set cell function. Which has the source identifier, the atlas coordinate identifier, and the alternative tile identifier. But if source ID is -1, atlas coords to vector 2i -1, -1, and alternative tile to -1, it will be erased. Oh, if any of those are -1. Yo, I love this one. So if we set cell, you're saying, instead of erase cell at tile position, and by default, source ID is -1 if you don't pass it in. The atlas chords are -1 if you don't pass it in. The alternative tile is 0, but it says or, so if any of those are like -1, it should reset it. So maybe if we do this, it'll work. Let's also... Let's see. Just to see where the mouse is, like where the game thinks it is, set cell terrain connect. Thank you. Okay, that's the one we need to use. But that one takes an array. Do I have to tell it as the same terrain? Oh, okay, yep. It might update neighbors. Okay, I didn't read far enough in that function. Yeah, that's exactly the one I was thinking of. Thank you. I think, a really funny thing I was doing, because, like, a while back, I was, we just do that? What else do we have to give it? Oh. Gwa. So do I tell it terrain set 0 and terrain 0? Or, well, the terrain would be tile ID. Okay, so yeah, you can't really do cross-terrain stuff for connections. It's kind of unfortunate. But I guess if in our final game graphics we don't have like a harsh border between terrains, and they use like a similar pattern, then it might still visually be okay. Like it won't be too bad. Like if the top of this and the bottom of this have like a pattern that connects, and we don't have like a hard black line around it, might be fine. So you're saying this, and we only update the one, so we just pass that in as in an array. -1. It doesn't say you could do that, but I guess -1 for terrain. Oh, because this is what we're setting it to. Okay, I see what you're saying. So we'll set both of these to -1. And let's go ahead and insta-kill tiles for the moment. Let's just set that to 0, right? So we can just delete a tile. And let's see if that actually works. Tile map is a null instance. I'm assuming because even on ready, I don't think the tile map layer is like initialized, so it's not getting it. How do we get this? A reference to this tile that's not null. Because process is, I think, happening before the tile map like gives it a valid reference. I guess we could export it and just drag this node in instead. So we just do that. And then we just do that, right? And that should work, because then it'll actually have a reference to this. Yeah. Okay, nothing is happening. So, okay. I figure I'm probably just not getting the right variables for mouse position and whatnot. So what I want to do is, as part of this, I want to just like draw a thing. Let's say Maybe we add a node here. Like, I guess it could be in the player object. Because we're going to get the global mouse position. So if we draw it at these coordinates like that, it should be fine if it's just like something here. So let's just add a child node for like a... Is there like a... Would it be texture rect? Or like color rect or something? A solid color rectangle? Consider using a panel. Oh yeah, I kind of want like an empty square. So, panel. Can I just do that? Like, can we just set the position of this? Okay, fuck that. I don't want the panel. Is there, let's see. Is there a way to just draw a rectangle to the screen in Godot? I assume there is. Maybe not. Maybe it's not that simple. Okay, well, let's go back to this then. Let's just add... Let's add the rectangle. Because we're gonna just update its position to the mouse position. We'll make this, make it, like, yellow. Oh, yeah, and we'll make it transparent. Okay, so we'll do that. And then, in the player script, we'll just update the position of color rect. Since that's a child of the player, we can just do this. Let's just call it rect. And then we can do that. Color rect. And then so rect dot, is it no, do we just set the position? Oh yeah, and then we want to make sure the origin of color rect is maybe, I don't know where. Oh no, that's its origin, right? That little. Okay, hold on. Layout transform. There we go. So position size. Oops. Let's do 16 by 16. Position will be. Yeah, whatever. That's fine. Okay, so I just want to see. So color rect. Oh, look at that. Look at how far down it is. So our mouse position is off by a lot, but it's consistently off. So it's like, maybe that's, there's something funky going on here. I think that has more to do with the rectangle being like a child of the player object. But like, for example, I mean, even when it's over the top of like these tiles, it's not, nothing's disappearing. So I think something's still going funky here. Okay, what if instead, local to map. All right, let's try this. There we go. And let's see where that draws the square. Oh. What the hell? Okay, that's not updating anymore. Turns the map coordinates of the cell containing the given local position. Consider using Node 2D to local. And global mouse position. For screen space, when using a non-embedded pop-up, you can use display server mouse get position. Maybe we use that instead? No, because that... Wait, screen space relative to the canvas layer. I don't know how... Okay. I just need to look this up and find, like, a tutorial or something. and see how the fuck this is even working, like, in Godot. Hold on, let me just change it to get viewport, get mouse position. Maybe that's all I have to do, and that actually gets me what I'm looking for here. No, that's still... But that could be because of the player, like, translation. So, hold on. Let me, cut... Let me... Paste as sibling. Okay, so now... Let's just do the same thing. Oh. Right, we have to inspect it here. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I mean, it's off a little bit. Do we... How do you change, like... I think do I just need to move this, like, on top of the origin, like that? No. Okay. How do I change its own origin? Is there a way to do that? I thought there was a way to do that. Because we're updating its position. It's not affected by pivot offset. That's just the top left corner. I mean, I guess we just -8 from both. So it's like visibly on top of the mouse, you know what I mean? But either way, okay, so this is the mouse. Oh, we're not even calling the... I'm so stupid. We're not even calling the function anyways. That's why it's not doing anything. God. Duh. Can we check for... Check for punch? And then... It's damaged tile. Yeah, damaged tile. And then mouse pause and mining power. Nothing happened. Oh! Okay. Something happened. Invalid access to property or key terrain on null instance. Interesting. So if it actually does get a tile position, and there is a null instance here, we can't just skip a step and go straight to terrain. So we actually have to wait and see if it's not null. Because if we try to do this, it doesn't handle that itself and we'll just crash. So we have to do this for the tile. And then if tile is not null. Because I think null tile means there's nothing there. Bit of a rabbit hole, yeah. Maybe it's this? Oh wait, I need to change... we now need to do tile.terrain. But no, wait, no, that's position. I'm stupid. Right, that would be here, would change to tile.terrain. Because it's now just a tile ID thing. But I think the click is, like, not in the right position. I think we're still off. I think we're not going to the right spot that we need to be. Let me add a child node here for a color rectangle as well. Tile map, selected tile. And this is mouse position. And then I think that's still fine. Like the player, yeah, mouse position right there. So now in tile map layer, right, just for on ready tile and do this selected tile, or was that? I think with children this works fine. What do you mean? No. Oh, there. All right. Okay. So now let's say tile selection dot position is equal to tile position. Yeah, see, look at that. We're checking for tiles like, yeah, map to local, right? Wait, no, because map to local returns vector 2, not vector 2i. Right? Like, I don't think map to local is what we're looking for. The centered position of a tile in the local coordinate space. Oh, maybe it is. These are so, like, confusing, like, how they're described. Oh, it's gone. Okay, now it's fucking nuts, and it's all over the place, but it's also not the right size. And that might be part of it. I don't know. It wouldn't be, though. Like, its position should be, you know, whatever. Let's make this one red, so it's, like, distinct. Yeah, so we're passing in the mouse cursor here, right? Like, when the player punches, or whatever, we're getting the mouse position, right? We're getting the mouse position in the viewport. And now we need to convert the mouse position in the viewport to its tile grid. It gives you tile coordinates. Yes. So local to map. That's what I thought. Right. Okay. So we need to local to map, but then we need to multiply that by 16, right? To get the actual... I don't know. Because, like, it's not doing anything when I click on the tiles. So yeah, local to map. That's... Okay, so that was right. But then... For the visual, that needs to be, like, multiplied by 16 or something. I don't know. Can we just times 16? Does that... Can we multiply a vector by a scalar? Yes, we can. Okay. Yeah, there we go. We can just multiply the vector by a scalar. Okay, so now the visual is correct. But see, when we're clicking on tiles that actually exist, it's not doing anything. It should be deleting them. Am I? Index P terrain set equals -1. Oh, so that does have to be 0. There it goes. Yep. Now we got it. Okay, perfect. Hey, look at that. You fall through. We've done it. We have a video game. Wow. Okay. And then now all we got to do for the player is, I don't know, let's say, like, 5 tiles. And so if, so now we know how to get this. So let's say we need to compare the player's position to the mouse position in terms of local stuff. So let's pass both into and just have it take care of everything for us. right? Just offload everything to the tile map manager and just say you figure it out. Because the player is lazy and doesn't want to do it. So let's say we pass the player's position in the mouse position. We pass mining power and mining range. And so this will be like, if we're mining with like a melee, like limited range item, whatever it is, this will take care of that. So now inside of here, we have player position, I think also as a vector 2. And then we have range as an int. So now we can just do a quick little let's shorten this. Actually, no. Let's leave that full. Let's just do player pause. And let's shorten this to tile pause. I can probably do control, like, replace, but I've already committed. Okay. So now this is also local to map player position. And now, why is it complaining? Oh, range. Okay, shut up. Stop it. So if, let's see. So we want, yeah, local to map. That's good. That's good. So if, and tile is not equal, no. So first we need to check if player position, oh, there's like a distance function, right? Like a default, like vector. I feel like this is a built-in thing. Distance between vectors, just so I don't have to type it all out myself. Yeah, distance 2. The Euclidean distance between two vectors. Yep. I think that's built in. Yeah, the vector 2 class has it. So, so we do if player pause dot distance 2 tile pause is less than or equal to range. Since you have 2i. Perhaps. Does it matter? Because we're converting it here. The player pause is a vector 2i after we do this. Like, we are converting it already. So player pause and tile pause are vector 2i's. You can see here. Yeah, and then yeah, we'll see it's vector 2i, distance 2, vector 2i. Like these are we already converted them. We took care of that right here. The local to map converts your vector 2's as well when you map it, because it's giving you integer, like, you know, tile positions. So now we can't mine those, but we can mine those. And I think, is that going to be like a square distance? No, it's going to be like a circular distance. That's cool. Very good. Hell yeah, there we go. So now you can only mine a certain distance away, and I think, yeah, like 5. I think that's fair. That's a fair enough. Like maybe 4, like for your basic reach, like, you know, something like 5 or 4. That's good. And then yeah, we just have to tone down the player speed. It's a little crazy as it is, but we're getting somewhere. So shit. My controller fell off my leg. That's not good for the controller. I need to not do that. You can only drop your controller so many times before it bites the dust. Okay, so let's tone down the player movement speed stuff. Let's say, I mean, honestly, like 1/10 of what it is. Like, this shit's fucking massive. Let's try dividing everything by 10 first and see, okay, that's a little bit whoa! What the hell? Let's try 1,000. I don't know why making jump impulse... Maybe it's because I lowered gravity. Okay, there we go. I think that, honestly, that's pretty good for gravity. Like, that... Maybe a little bit faster, but that's... Okay, that's close to what we want. And then our movement speed, let's try doubling that. No, let's try doubling it again. Okay, the gravity got even stronger somehow. Am I crazy? What? Why did that... What? Huh? What? Why did that change again? What? And now the speed's different. Am I insane? What's happening? What? Yeah, we're already modifying them by delta. So that's why they're like big numbers, I think. I'm confused because like I'm changing one option and then I don't touch that option and I change something else and that original one changed again. Like I changed gravity and then I didn't change gravity, but I changed speed, but then gravity changed again. Like I don't know. I feel like I'm going insane. Like I don't know what's happening. Okay, so we set the gravity to 1,000, right? Oh, well that's strong, so we need less than 1,000. But then if I run this again, is that gonna fucking... No, okay. I don't know. I feel like I'm nuts. Alright, what if we cut it down to like 600? A little bit better. Probably go like 400 or something, and I think that'll be good. I think the movement speed is probably like maybe a little bit fast. Like maybe we do 150. Let's just try changing one thing at a time. Oh, I don't? Really? Let's cut this in half. So we set gravity. And then... Oh shit. But then if I relaunch the game, is that gonna like change again? No. Okay, that's a little floaty. Let's try 450. I'm just so used to stopping. I don't know. How do you embed it? Embedded game size. Is it something in the game window? Far right. This thing? Embed game on next play. How do you do that? Make game workspace floating. Do we turn that off? There we go. Okay, thank you. Yeah. There we go. Give it the full size so we can see how the viewport looks. Okay, so we got that. Yep. Range works out perfectly. Speed's a little goofy. I should probably have... Did I not... Yeah, these aren't set to integers, but I guess they need to be floats for, like, the physics engine. Honestly, I think 100 is fine for, like, a base speed. I think that's pretty good. Like, it's not super fast, but, you know, your character wouldn't be, like, insanely fast to begin with. Why can I not jump anymore? There it goes. Okay. Let's see. How many blocks up do we jump? Like 2. Is that fine for like a basic jump? Maybe that's fine, because we'll have it, like, you could get stuff to upgrade how far you can jump, and, like, maybe that'll tie into making sure you have a way out or something, like you can get stuck. If you fall down too far, it's like, oh shit, I've flumped it up. But then, yeah, you can jump 2 blocks right now. I don't know. I don't know what a good default value here would be. We need to be able to jump while mining as well. So let's shrink the collider. Oh yeah, probably a good idea. Right, we're on the collision shape. How do you make these not blurry in the editor? There's a thing for that, right? Isn't there a thing for that? Yeah, I was just like, I wanted to make this like, I guess because we're zoomed in, it's so blurry, but yeah, never mind. Is there a way to like turn off the filtering or whatever, like, and just make it pixelated inside the editor? I thought that was a thing. Is that editor settings? Maybe? What if I search for filter? No. I thought there was something for that. Because it would be nice to just see it pixelated. Like, I don't want to see it all blurry and weird. You know what I mean? Project settings, thank you. Default, nearest. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. Okay, so collision shape will be like, how many pixels? Maybe there? So we'll bring it in by a couple pixels on each side, and then maybe a little bit, maybe just 1 pixel under his head. I don't want it to be like too visually off. I think the feet should be at the very bottom. Like, I don't want to go too crazy. Maybe I'm gonna bring that back out to here. I don't know. Because I don't really like how much of his head, like, overlaps with the tile or underlaps with it or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? We also probably want him drawn above the tile map layer. Okay, maybe when he's above it, it's fine. Like, I think that's okay. And I have a little bit of wiggle room inside of a single tile. Yeah. Okay, there is a horizontal flip property for the sprite, right? Flip H. Okay, we just need to toggle flip H, when the inputs are, like, off a certain amount. Maybe we do that in the player instead of its states? I don't know. I mean, we're already... So it's like, for one, we are checking the inputs during the states, so the states could handle it, because they already handle updating the animations. So, whether or not you flip the sprite, would be on, maybe, like, the running state. Because when you're running, that's when you're changing direction. And, like, jumping, maybe jumping is you face... Or also when you click, like, you would face the mouse or something like that. Let's try it on this, just on this state. So when you run, we could check this really quick. And then we could do, if the input direction is less than 0. Registered state machine hater. That's fair. I like state machines personally, but I mean, hey, it like, if you don't like them, that's
totally understandable. Personally, I like them a lot. Like, they just make sense to my brain, and it feels nice to organize my code with a state machine. But I know that they're not ideal for, like, really complex things going on when the player has a lot of different shit you're doing. And, like, I know that they're not ideal in every instance, but, like, for simple two-dimensional platformer gaming, I like using them a lot. Like, it just helps me. But yeah, no, I understand. I get it. I remember when I first started learning to program, like, in high school, right? We actually lucked out at my high school. Like, it was like a little town, so, like, we didn't have very much for, like, electives. But when I was in high school, like, I graduated 2010, so leading up to 2010, one of our math professors at the high school, or teachers, I guess you call them, he decided, like, hey, you know, computers and everything are becoming, like, a big thing. I like video games. I'm going to teach a video game programming class. And so he proposed it to the school, and they let him do it. And I got to take the first classes he taught for the first one he did, which was just on BASIC. And we used something called Visual Basic that was amazing. It was, like, really fun to use. Like, that was a fun class. It had DirectX shit built in. So it was like, what was it, like DirectX 7 or 8 at the time? And it was, you know, you could even do 3D with it technically. But, you know, it was just like, it was basic, but you could call, like, there were functions built in so you could draw stuff to the screen, handle input, and make games with it. It was Dark Basic, I think was what it was called. And it was, like, specifically to make video games. And so he used that because it's like, oh, it's nice and easy. And it had, like, a textbook. Like, it had this chunky ass book that came with it that went through everything, and even had, like, little example projects to do every step of the way. And, like, that was our coursework. Like, we went through the class doing that. And it was like Monday through Thursday we'd make video game, and then Friday we would play video game, because he was like, well, if you're making them, you got to play them, you know? And so we would have, like, yeah, no, Basic was awesome. And it, like, especially this flavor of Basic that was designed to make games with, like, that was great. And you know, every Friday we'd have, like, class-wide gaming sessions just for an hour, like, and it was at the end of the day too. Like, I think before we went home, it was like a last period elective. So for the last hour of the school day, we just got to chill and, like, either make games or play games, and it was amazing. It was such a good class. But I remember, like, taking that, and then the next year he offered a more advanced one where we used 3ds Max. He taught us how to do a little bit of 3D modeling and animating, and we learned, like, the very basics of C or C++ or something. We didn't really combine them that well. We didn't, like, we were just making 2D stuff, I think, in C++, but he taught us a little bit about how to use you know, 3ds Max or whatever it's called. And so we did a little bit of that, and we still had the Fridays we'd, like, play games and stuff. But that one was cool because we got to use the more advanced computers, like, in the school. The little bit more powerful ones that could do, like, the 3D stuff and everything, like, and I think they actually had graphics cards and everything in them. Those were nice. And yeah, that was a cool class. And that one was like a double period thing. It was like 2 hours or something like that. It was cool. It was really fun. But I remember, like, back then I learned about pointers in the C++ class, but we didn't really, you know, we weren't going through it, like, in a computer science sense. So we weren't, like, we didn't really learn a lot of, like, I think the reason why things are the way they are, and, like, what the point of pointers is. And I remember, especially because I started with BASIC and using that, I was like, I don't get it. Like, why do we need pointers? This is stupid. Just address the variable, forehead. Just write the variable name. Why the fuck would you need a pointer? And I didn't understand for years. Like, I never understood like, why you would need a pointer until, like, way later on. Because after high school, I went into, like, an English degree thing because I loved writing and stuff, and I wanted to do that. And then later, when I went back to school to get a degree in computer science and stuff, like, at some point over the years, and especially with experimenting with programming, like, I finally started to understand, like, oh, this is what you use a pointer for. And I feel like probably state machines are probably in the same batch for a lot of people, where it's like, they seem pointless, and it's like, well, why don't you just do it this way? Yeah, exactly. especially if you start with C, 100%. And I started to get it from that. And then especially, you know, I took a class on like CPU architecture stuff, and I did another class on assembly, and like actually understanding, okay, the reason that you need a pointer is because variables exist somewhere in memory, and the pointer is just where it is in memory. And it's like, maybe you don't have the reference to the variable, but you can always use a pointer because the pointer is always going to point to that specific area in memory, and you know, all that kind of stuff. Like it made sense. And then I was like, oh, okay. And then also, like, especially the good thing for pointers is like, hey, you can just get a pointer to your passing by reference instead of passing by value. You know, that's where the pointers really clicked for me, where it's like, oh, you just get a pointer to where your array starts in memory, and then you can traverse the array, and you don't need to pass the entire thing or make copies of it or whatever. You can just say, hey, here's where the array starts, go crazy. And yeah, like, I think state machines, I feel like they fill a similar niche where it's like, you don't really need them, but you know, they're nice for the thing that they accomplish. And like, it's not necessary. There's plenty of other ways to do it, but for me, it just, you know, I don't know. I just like doing it this way. What? Oh, I was looking up animated sprite 2D. I was looking at the documentation for animated sprite 2D because I want to set its flip property. It didn't come up in the autocomplete, so I was like confused, but it's a Boolean, so I think we can just set it for true or false. So I think we just do that. Yeah, there we go. And then, yeah, it doesn't flip you in the air, which is what I wanted. But then it doesn't flip you if you, like... If you quickly transition from right to left, which this is a common issue I would run into in Game Maker, where if you right to left on, like, quickly enough, I think within a frame, it doesn't understand, and it, like, you know what I mean? And this isn't really a state machine thing. This is like, I think this is having to do with Godot's input mapping, and like, because I know that the input mapping stuff in Game Maker will do the same thing. Not suited to player controllers? Really? I don't know. I feel like they work really well for basic players. Okay. Interesting. Because, like, it's, you know, you're never going to run into this if you're using a joystick, for example, because you can't change from right to left on a Oh, you can. Okay, never mind. I lied. I immediately did it anyways, so, okay. I lied to you. I'm sorry. That's weird. Like, that's not the state machine, right? Like, that's... Is it? Maybe it is. Maybe... Oh, because I don't... No, I'm stupid. This is my mistake. Because I only check this on enter and not, like, always. But you can, like, if you don't exit the state and enter it again, duh, it is my fault. It's not the input fault. Never mind. I'm stupid. So we do actually have to check this, like, when we get input, because you may not, if you're quick enough, you cannot leave the running state. Yeah, if it changes within a frame. Which, yeah, you can do on a joystick. I'm surprised. I didn't think I could move the joystick fast enough to do that. Okay, so yeah, I guess we do need to check it every physics update as well as entering into the state. Okay, never mind. I'm stupid. Okay, up on the joystick should never be jump, actually. Why did I do that? Like, Melee, Smash Bros. In general does that. I think it's actually, like, not good. I don't know. I think some people, like, don't mind it, but I think up jump is like, awful. Get out of here. I turn it off, like, when I played Ultimate way back, whatever. It's actually been a long time. Oh, but then... when you let go of the joystick, it, like, snaps you back. The subcomponents, yeah. I mean, that's fair. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. Like, I'm a fan of State Machine. I will probably just always use it by default because that's how my brain wants to do it. But yeah, at least on this controller, when I let go of the stick, I guess it's... When I let go of the stick, it flips the player because it's... Maybe it's equal to 0? But it's like, you know, if it's 0, what do you do? Like, you... Huh. How do we fix that? And then, right, it's probably going to do the same thing on the keyboard if I... Yeah. Yeah, so we should just do... Like that. Yeah, because if it is 0, you do nothing. Here, I think it's fine, because you can't... Within a function, you can't change your direction. Like, that's just never going to happen. And it wouldn't really matter, like, ultimately. But here, we only do it if it's outside of the zeros. Yeah. Oh. But if your stick bounces enough... Oh, no. What's the... Okay, hold on. So, inside of this, there's a dead zone, right? How do we use the dead zone? Because I would like it to actually take place outside of the dead zone. So how do I use dead zone with a joystick? Controller gamepad joystick documentation. Supporting universal input. Yep, we're doing that. Dead zone. Okay. So analog inputs have a dead zone, obviously. So a built-in dead zone, the default value is 0.5, well ours is 0.2 by default. The dead zone can be specified as a 5th parameter. It will calculate the average dead zone from all the actions in the vector. Huh. But how do we use it? Because, like, okay, if I run the game... Yeah, like, there's a little bit of push before... Oh, yeah, that's right, because it's a vector, so you actually have analog input when you do it this way as well. I forgot about that. But there's... Yeah, there is a dead zone, but, like... If at least on my controller, if I let go of left stick, sometimes it, like, bounces enough to, I guess, be outside the dead zone? I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what's happening there. Because it doesn't happen every time. Oh, wait. Pressing right is now not doing anything. What? Move right. Joypad D... Oh, I forgot to add the D-pad for moving to the right. Wait, what? D-pad left. Right action. Why did I do this? There we go. Oops. Yeah, I don't know how it's that bad either, because it's not like... This is an 8-bit DO. Like, they're sort of generic, like, Xbox-style controller with, like, 2 triggers, 2 bumpers, whatever, you know, joysticks. Like a Pro controller or something for the Switch. It's, you know, it's just like a generic controller. And the joystick is, like, I haven't used this that much, and it's not loose at all. Like, the joystick is very firm, and it barely even moves when I, like, wiggle it with my thumb. Like, there's only, like, the slightest bit of play, maybe, but even then it's, like, really hard to tell. But I don't know how it's bouncing enough when it returns to the center. Maybe because it's so tight, it overcorrects. Calibration might be off, maybe. I would say that that's not a big deal, though. Like, if I don't flick it, and I just, like, let my thumb rest, it doesn't happen, right? It's when I flick it and then let go completely, like, let my thumb slide off of the joystick, it'll, like, fling itself backwards with, like, more force. But if I just have my thumb on the joystick and I just, like, you know, you let your thumb muscle relax and you let the joystick go back to neutral, that controls it, and it doesn't bounce when I do that. So I don't think it's an issue that like requires fixing. Also, my right D-pad is still not working. Huh? Did I not fix that? Hello? D-pad right. Excuse me? What, like, what the fuck? Why is... Huh? It detects it here when I push right on the D-pad right. And that is move right. Left stick right. It's assigned to the same action, but when I run the game, now it works, but if I go... What? Godot is gonna make me lose my mind. I'm so confused. I guess maybe because I changed it before restarting the game, and like the input map stuff, you have to restart the game. Okay, okay. Okay. I'm no longer going insane. Alright, well, hey, I mean, that's a pretty damn good, that's a fucking great game. There you go, we're done. It is, put it on the internet, charge 20 bucks for it. Video gaming. Yeah, I mean, hey, we got the basics down. There's a lot to do from here, but we're getting there. I think I'm good to keep streaming, but I need to, like, BRB to get some fucking water. I'm, like, sitting here sweating because it's a little bit warm, and I should probably open my window or something. Yeah, I need to get some water. I am very thirsty. I don't really have a BRB screen. I need to, like, figure that out. I think I grabbed one off of, like, Google Images when I was streaming before and just used that because I was lazy. I really need to, like, figure something out for like, BRB screens or whatever. I don't know. I mean, an animated one would be really cool, but I don't know if you can get Okay, nothing important. At least I think. I don't see anything. Okay. Anyways, so yeah, here we are. We have a working, functional, basic-ass video game. We can mine to the bottom of the world. We can go mine to ores. We are a single block tall. That's cool. We can't jump out of mining, so we need to fix that. Probably what we'll do here is just do this. Or actually, we'll just do, is action just pressed? Oh, but... That's the difficulty part, and probably why Cammy was saying they're not a fan of the... Not a fan of the state machine for player stuff, is like, okay, well, we want to jump while we're punching. But we don't want to let the player jump, like, all over the place. So, there's a couple ways to handle it, I think. Probably what we'll do... I don't know, what will we do? And what happens if... I think... Okay, yeah, we still fall while we're punching. We just... We can punch out of a jump, but we can't jump out of a punch. And that's the hard part. It's like, how to handle that best. What do we want to do for that? I mean... We could... Like... we could just check... Okay, hold on. I mean, it's annoying and just more if statement stuff, but... we could do... If input get is action just pressed, jump, and... is... Where is it? And this, player is on floor. Then we could do player.velocity.y. Where is it? Is negative jump impulse. That's kind of a kludgy way of doing it, but... Okay, it's not working. Huh. Oh, it's not jump, is it? It's move up. I need to rename that. Okay. Yeah, let's actually give it a proper name here for that input. So we actually know what's going on. Okay, so now we should be able to jump out of a punch. Yep, and we can. Beautiful. Okay. So at this point, I mean, we're almost done, dude. Just fucking ship it. All we gotta do is... Oh, let's, how about this? Okay, we don't really need this anymore. Because the mouse is working. So, for the moment, we can just hide this, and we could leave the code in there for now, just in case we need to test things later. But at the moment, yeah, we can just hide those nodes so we don't see it all over the place. And, that's pretty cool. Honestly, I think I sort of like where the physics are at right now. I think that's fine. We could jump across like a 4-tile gap. We can't quite... We can just about jump across a 5-tile gap, which I think that's pretty good. And if you jump like a little bit too early, you won't quite make it. There's no like drop off if you let go of jump early. I could probably update that so it is like a variable height jump, so you could jump like a little bit if you want to. Because all we'd have to do is like when you let go of jump, you could then just set the height, set your velocity to 0 at that point, and just start falling whenever you let go of jump. So you could do a full height jump, or you could let go early. We could do that. I'll worry about that later, I think. Right now, what I want to do is, let's see, the player could have, maybe we'll add this as a child node of the player because it's like data that has to do with them. The player could have like a backpack, right? We're gonna need a way to store ores and stuff that you mine. So we could make this be a node. It doesn't really need position or anything, so I think it could just be a blank node. And this could be like inventory. And then it's like, if, you know, the inventory can have a script. And what we can do is, we can make this be a dictionary. Because, you know, if it's small enough, I think dictionaries are fine. And what we could do, so this could also be like a 2-dimensional thing, like you have a grid inventory or something, you know, like Terraria or whatever. You have like the little squares, like a grid-based little inventory. We could also maybe skip that and just be like, when you pick up resources, they go into your backpack, quotation marks, and it's just like a list of the resources you picked up and how much you have. Because essentially there's no reason to have a Terraria-like inventory if we're not going to be like Terraria where you like build tiles and stuff. I don't know if we're going to do that. So if our game isn't really like that, I don't think we need that type of system. As far as like the theme of the game goes, we're actually kind of considering like vibes along the line of something between Deep Rock Galactic and Warhammer 40k. Like, could be kind of fun. And it could be like, to that end, like maybe you get deployed on like a planet, and it's like, okay, you have such amount of time, you go get resources, and then you extract with them. So maybe instead of like having to manage your inventory, that shit is just like abstracted out. And we could have it be like, you know, the resources you pick up go in your inventory. You just have like a list of resources with amounts. So like the key is just the resource name. And there could be like a sort of weight system or something, like you can only carry X amount of weight, and each resource you pick up has like a, you know, a kilogram weight tied to it or something like that. So maybe you have like a deposit box or some like base that lands with you, like your drop ship or something that you have to escape on, or something like that. And you have to, like, if like maybe there could be upgrades and stuff so you can carry more stuff on a mission, and so you need to like go back and drop off your resources at the ship. So there could be a system of like, you know, you could drop shitty resources, or maybe you decide what you pick up or something like that. Maybe you automatically pick up stuff you run into, but then if you have too much shit, like you can't pick up anything else, but you could still like pause the game to like look at the items you're carrying, like the resources you have, and maybe drop stuff that's not worth much, so you can free up your bag and or you know, free up the weight that you're dealing with. I don't know, like we should probably plan this out before we like implement anything, but at the same time, this is kind of a like, you know, fucking vibe gaming, like whatever, just try something out, you know, see how it works and see if we think it's cool. So maybe we'll take that approach, right? Like we'll do you have a list of resources, and we will have a weight and a max weight, and okay, and how about this, right? So the player is probably going to control a lot of stuff. Well, no, the inventory itself could manage like the max weight and everything, and also could manage picking up new items and stuff like that. So let's say, you know, 50, whatever, right? Whatever number this would be. And let's see. Oh, you know what? There's a thing with Godot. There's a concept of like singletons, I think, which can just carry like data about like abstract objects and things. So maybe what we could do is like, we could add yeah, store persistent information. Need to store persistent information. They're always loaded, but I don't need it to be loaded. So maybe I'm not thinking of singletons. I guess maybe we could probably just, if it's object-oriented, I guess we could just make a class for items. And I don't know where to store, like, the default item data to, like, load from, though, in Godot. I don't know what a good way of doing that is. Okay, hold on. So there's a thing in Godot called resources. They're data containers. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so anything's a resource. Okay, so these are resources. Oh, anything Godot saves and loads from disk. Huh. I guess we could save it to disk. Like, but is that ideal? Like, I just want... I don't know what a proper way of doing this in Godot would be. How would I do this in another language? Let's see. So, if we want to say, like, okay, we want to save, like, iron ore. Each unit of iron ore weighs 5 kilograms, whatever. Has a value of X, Y, of $10. Like, if we want to save that data somewhere to just, like, instantiate when we have the item exist, I guess we could save that to disk or something along those lines. What? I don't know if, like, what a good way of doing that in Godot would be. Let's see. Maybe... Let's see. So we could maybe just use a dictionary or something to store that data, but I don't want it to be loaded in memory all the time. I feel like you don't need to do that. Water. Let's see. So... Well, we could do what this guy did. We could store them as like nodes or something. Like what he did was just made a new node on its own as a scene. So we could call this like the item database. And then inside of here we can add child nodes that are like I think he did sprite 2Ds, so it has like the inventory sprite of the item. Or whatever, like a little, you know, it has a picture, a sprite for the item, and then it has a script attached to it that has, like, item data. Get node is an O in search. The more items you have, the slower it'll get. When it first loads, it takes the children and puts them into a dictionary keyed by the name. So it takes up memory, but becomes an O1 search. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, it takes up memory to do that, but I guess if it's just a dictionary of strings, that's really not that much memory. Okay. And then he just removes them from the scene tree. Interesting. Okay, let me try that. I think I like this approach. Okay, so the item database needs to go into scripts. I'm gonna borrow this guy's approach here. He was kind enough to provide the way that he did it. This is not visible. So we'll loop through all the children, because all our items are going to be in here. Like, this will be, like, iron ore or something. And then we use the name of it to be the key for the dictionary. Okay, so after we loop through all the children and add them to a dictionary, then we remove child. So while they're children, we just keep removing them. I don't know if there's a remove all function. There might be now. This might be older code. And then get item returns. I think it returns a string. You didn't statically type it because I think most people don't if they don't think about it. So if items has so if this item exists, we can return items at item name. Hello, welcome back. How you doing? We are yeah, so hold on, I'll show you in a second. Let me finish this up really quick. Otherwise return null. Oh, otherwise return let's return the null as a string. And let's save this in scenes as the item database. Okay, so we have a little video game going on here. You know, you've got your player, they can move around and jump. And they can click on the blocks and they can remove the block. And then you have collision with the block, you can jump around and mine while you're jumping. There's a certain range you can reach with blocks, so you can't mine too far away by default. And yeah, so there is somewhat of a video game here now. It's pretty poggers, I think, as the Chuck E. Cheese rat would say. But yeah, there you go. So we have video game. The tiles have a certain amount of health. Oh yeah, let's test that. We could actually change it so the tiles don't break instantly. What we could do is all it exists right now is this one screen. Like, I just need to get the functionality going before we start expanding the game world. I also need to get it to dynamically generate it instead of, you know, just being whatever it is right here. I was actually thinking, right? So because we're thinking about it from a perspective of like a little bit of Deep Rock Galactic, a little bit of Warhammer, you know, something in between those, maybe what it could be is like, maybe it could be like a timed sort of mission thing, but like maybe a longer timer than like how Cole LLC does it. You know how Deep Rock is like, it's like an extraction thing. Like you go on your mission, you get dropped on a planet, you gotta go mine for shit. Like maybe we take that sort of gameplay loop. So it's like you come down on like your drop ship, right? And that's, you have to bring resources back to that and drop them off and then like leave at the end of the mission or whatever, you know, right? And then you get your shit. Maybe that could be the gameplay loop. Like you land, the map generates, you go down looking for materials, like maybe different planet types have different like whatever. And then using the materials you get, and if you meet your quota or everything, whatever, you can then invest into upgrades and things like that. Like maybe that's how it works, right? And then instead of like how Cole LLC does it, where it's like, oh, if you fail the mission, if you fail your quota, you just fail, and like you have to start all over. Maybe for ours, it's more of like a progression thing, like how Deep Rock does it, where it's like, you know, you can use like if you fail a mission, you just don't get any rewards, but you go back to base and like you have to, you know, you can try again or do a different one. And then the investments and upgrades you get and stuff are like something that carries over between runs, like, so there's that meta progression to it. and that's sort of the incremental part of it, or you know what I mean? Like, what do you think about that? Like, how do you think that'll go? Because like maybe that'll be a fun way to take it. So it's like there's still some sort of, you know, and there can be like scaling threats underground, and they can be kind of based around the kind of shit that exists in Warhammer. Yeah, all right. We can try that out and see if that feels fun, and just kind of go from there. But yeah, I'm thinking, you know, I was just thinking about how to store resource information. So it's like resources are going to have maybe like an inventory sprite, and then they'll have a value, a weight per unit. And then like your backpack will be, instead of like a Terraria kind of like grid thing, it'll just be, you can carry like 50 kilograms. And so every unit of whatever ore it weighs a certain amount. And like, you know, you could dump ore if you don't want to carry it all back and like, oh, I want this more valuable stuff. But then like you have to lug your load back and drop it off at like the base ship. And then you could go out mining again or leave or whatever. And then maybe there could be upgrades related to like, you know, how much you can carry or other stuff that could carry it back for you, or, you know, stuff like that. So we'll see how it goes with that. But yeah, maybe we do this, and we do, yeah, this is pretty old code that he had. So it might be very different now, but let's see. Because I don't want the stuff to be like global. I just want this information to be like easily accessible. I don't know. I don't know if I'm overcomplicating this, but maybe I am. Okay, so we need material. I don't think dirt is gonna drop anything, or stone. Should we have like... Should we have basic like materials like that, or should it all be like ores and stuff? I don't know. We didn't really think about that yet. Oh, excuse me. Having some sody. Not like a full-on soda, but just like fucking sparkling water, whatever kind of shit. But yeah, like maybe maybe what we could do is we could have it, because I'm trying to think of like how upgrades and stuff would work. Oh, so we're not using this. We could get rid of that node. We may use that later, but right now I'm just using this. I don't know. There's so many considerations here. We gotta decide how the gameplay is gonna go for that, and just like pick something and then do that at first. Yeah, okay, so that's what I was thinking. Like, don't really bother so much with just basic materials. You know, you carve out that to get it out of the way, and then you get, you know, you're just collecting like ores and such. So okay. What we need to do is when we mine these ores, we need it to like drop an item in the world. And I think that's where, okay, that's where this is going to come into play. Because I think they're going to like visibly exist, right? Like they're going to be little sprites and stuff like that you just like pick up off the floor. So let me see. Did I still have itch.io open? I do. If I take a look at the asset store and we look for free sprites and we look for, I think 16 by 16 we can add. It's a resolution tag, and I think people will like use that sometimes. And then we can look at like an items pack. Here we go. 16 by 16 item pack. It has food. It has like Minecraft tools. It's kind of like Minecrafty. It has ingots, crystals. Does it have like ores? No, it has ingots. I mean, the gems look cool, but he just has ingots. He doesn't have them as like little ore chunks. I guess it doesn't really matter. Like, we're gonna make our own sprites later, but yeah, I'll use his little item pack here because he has a bunch of different things we could use. That's fine. It's plenty of item sprites for the meantime. He has a PNG. I'm gonna download the zip because I think it's gonna be individual doodads. So items, extract. Yes, they are individual doodads. Beautiful. So let me throw this into our assets folder. And then... Ooh. Okay, so pretty much anything we might need a placeholder for. We got plenty of item sprites here. But, like, there's swords and shit, which I don't think we really care about, and, like, arrows. But, you know, there's tons of little sprites in here we can use for just placeholder for now. So that's fine. What are these? Maybe these are, like, ores. It's hard to tell what they are from, like, a distance. Oh, yeah. They're like... These are like ores. I didn't see them in the overview thing. Okay. So there we go. We have some placeholders to use. But yeah, so I think they'll... Now, these are 16 by 16, so they're, like, huge, but maybe that's fine. I don't know. Because they're going to be, like, as big as the player like this, unless we make our player sprite bigger, which we probably will. Okay, so we have some basic little ore stuff here. So let's say iron ore. Can we... Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now, I think we do need to give it, like, a hitbox, right? We need to give it a... Is it a collision shape, I think? Because what we can do is we can make an area around the player that just, like, when it collides with that area, it gets picked up. So if we give it a collision shape to a collision object derived node. Oh. So we only use it as a child of character body or static body. This sucks. Okay. Delete. Okay, what if we add a child and let's make this, let's see. Get rid of that. So sprites can't be solid, I guess. Sprites, I guess, are like more often children of other things. This just needs to be like a... It just needs to have... I think it needs a collision area to detect when it's in an area. Let's see. So, Godot area collision. Area 2D is a region of 2D. Yeah, we need a collision object 2D. So it's... Let's see, area 2D? Maybe we just use an area 2D. So it's a region of 2D space that detects other collision objects entering it. Okay, but what counts as a collision object? I guess a physics body 2D? Abstract class for game objects affected by physics? Yeah, we could have it, like, drop. You know, the item, like, physically, like, fall. Okay, so let's say we just do a physics body 2D then. Oop. A physics body, is it rigid body? That is moved by a simulation? Oh, wait. Yeah, right, I think? Maybe? Hello. Boomo Spin. How's it going? It's a pretty good emote. Welcome. I'm trying to see if I'm making just like a shitty little... Like a shitty little just square that's gonna exist. I don't think it needs to be a character body. Is it static body? Oh, that can't be moved. Okay, yeah, because static, duh. I mean, I guess a rigid body. I don't know. Because this is just an abstract base class. Minecraft for real? Yeah, kind of. Like, we got our little 2D Minecraft here, you know. That's pretty much what we're making. But not really. The idea is like, what we're thinking now is, the gameplay loop is going to be kind of like Deep Rock Galactic in a sense, where you get dropped on some planet that has whatever ores in it, and then, like, you know, maybe there's a certain amount of time or something to do whatever, and then you go get your stuff, and then you leave, and then, like, that's kind of the gameplay loop, and then you can get upgrades and things, like, before you go out and do things again. So, but we were gonna make it, like, 2D, because fucking 3D's hard. So eventually the idea is to make it something like that, and it'll just be like a little 2D thing where you like go for the resource. And like you don't pick up like dirt and stone and stuff. Like it's not like Terraria with like a full-on inventory like that. It'll just be, you know, you gather the materials. Kind of, but it's more like 3D resources are really difficult to make, like compared to just making 2D art. You know what I mean? Like 2D art's a lot easier to get into. Like 3D modeling is very difficult, I feel like, or at least more difficult to learn. Because you've got to model and texture things, so you kind of have to be good at 2D art for the texturing part, and then you also need to be good at like modeling a 3D object. So we figured it might as well just do 2D. And then maybe in the future get into 3D stuff later. I guess it's a rigid body, like... Right? Like, we just do that? I don't know, though, because this is, like, more specifically about physics stuff. And, like, a rigid body is gonna, like, it's like a box, right? That's gonna fall on an edge and, like, flop over. It's too difficult to put the pieces together. Fucking Edwin can do it, but not I. I guess we could lock rotation. Yeah, okay. So we could just do a rigid body with locked rotation, I suppose. And then we could just like give it kind of a, when you mine the block, it like drops the little ore dude. Hell, it could even be a sphere, so it just like rolls around. That would be kind of funny. Although if it was I don't know how that would work with locked rotation. Need to learn coding. Yeah, it's I went to school for it and managed to, and then I did learn a lot on my own before I got my degree. Debatably, I barely learned anything. I don't know. Most of the stuff I learned, I kind of am self-taught for the most part. Just like, I got my degree because it's like I feel like I should have a bachelor's degree. And, you know, I wanted to at least get one for something. So I did that, but it hasn't really helped, like, get job-wise, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Getting a job in programming is more about who you know, it turns out, rather than having a degree, because there's a million people who have a degree, and if that's all you have, it doesn't really do much for you. But I'm still glad to have accomplished college and, like, graduated. Like, that feels nice. The on-screen chat shows 7 TV emotes. How do we do that? Like, is that something you could do with Stream Elements? If you can Google that for me and, like, if it's, like, figure out, like, oh, here's how you do it. Like, I could just do that. I don't know how, but if that's something Stream Elements supports, I would be happy to throw that in there. Fumo Transport shows up, but that's actually from a channel. Well, that's better TTV. Wait, what? So it's... Well, the better TTV ones work, but I guess the 7 TV ones don't. Okay. So BTTV is, like, supported by default, I guess. And that just works, no problem. But 7 TV doesn't work by default, and you have to, like... Okay. I wonder if like, because I can make my own chat that I can see show the emotes, but I don't know if that would translate into the Stream Elements chat, like on-screen widget. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Yo, there's a Pog Champ. That's amazing. I need to steal that one. Yeah, that's the Pog Champ. I can like, if you hover over it, it should tell you like what channel it's from, better TTV, so you could like look it up on BTTV and just like add it to ours or whatever. We should set up the channel with like those extra emotes and stuff, because I'm sure there's plenty we could add. 7TV Global. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. We need to get some more emote stuff set up at some point. Yo. The Halloween. I lost track of what I was doing. I totally forgot. Okay, so let's go ahead and do a rigid body. Ooh. And what we'll do is we'll name this one Iron Ore. Right. Is that... No, it's, what is its default name? There we go. Iron Ore 2. It's way better. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So now what we can do is add our collision shape. And then we could say that this is... What happens with a circle that can't rotate? Like, I'm very curious about that. Okay, so that's a shit ton of item sprites. I think those are good for filler for now. And then we'll just go through and see which ones we want and like replace them with our own art eventually. Yeah, but I'm like, so circles under regular physics rules can like roll around, but I'm curious if a circle, like I guess if it can't rotate and it hits the ground, it just sits there. Like what happens if a circular collision object lands on like the corner of a square, like, but it can't rotate? Does it roll? Oh. I don't know how that works. So I'm very curious what's gonna happen with this. Let's see. Let's go ahead and attach a script here. Okay, so we're gonna say... I think we just do that. And then it no rotate. Oh, no, can't find that. Never mind. Okay, hold on. Rigid body 2D Godot. Thank you, Google. Thank you. Lock rotation. That's what it's called. That should just be... Because if it's extending rigid body 2D, like, this should just be a variable. Maybe it's... No, it's just a boolean that's, like, there. Oh, there is, like, a set lock rotation. Okay, hold on. No, that... Hold on. It's showing me 4.4. How do I get the, It's not, like, coming up with that pop-up of, like, oh, check out the new documentation. Why is it not doing that anymore? How do I look at the 4.5? Okay, there we go. Latest stable. All right. So 4.5, not animated sprite 2D. We're looking for rigid... rigid body. Is there not a 2D rigid body? What the hell? But rigid body 2D is here. It's not... Okay, hold on. Okay, so rigid body 2D. You apply forces. That's fine. Okay, so... Found a GitHub thing? Oh, well, it's not Streamlabs, it's Stream Elements. I decided to cut ties with Streamlabs. Because I remember a while back I learned about Streamlabs being kind of shitty of a company. So I was like, alright, I'll just use Stream Elements instead. I don't know if it's any better, but yeah, I just use Stream Elements in regular OBS. Also, a thing that Streamlabs does that's like really annoying is they hide they put functionality from OBS behind paywalls for some reason. And I was like, what the fuck? Why would you do that? So, I don't know. Oh, also I realized there's this. We can just lock rotation here instead of that. And then... Oh, okay, yeah, you know, you're good. You're good. I just wanted to make sure, because if you're, like, finding something, that, you know, just to make sure it's not going to be, like... To make sure it fucking will function. Because I know, like, there's all these different fucking programs and everything, and it's kind of a nightmare. Where did iron ore go? Did we not make a script? I mean, well, we kind of did. So where's... I guess this is... So we need... This is annoying. Hey there, how's it going? Welcome. Right now we are trying to toy around with the idea of, like, how to store our items that are gonna drop, like, when you mine. So we're making, like, a little thing here. I'll just show you. Making a little 2D, like, mining game, whatever kind of thing. And so when we get to the point of mining an ore right here, we need to figure out how it's gonna drop the item and what that's gonna be represented as is, like, the type of thing in Godot. What I've happened upon is, like, maybe a singleton item database where we can just use this dictionary of, like, storing the name of the child and stuff and, like, not loading them in exactly, and then just, like, getting them. But I don't know how this is gonna work when it comes to loading in that node. I hope that this just, like, lets us spawn this in. But yeah, it's like, you know, it's gonna have a little sprite, and it's gonna have like a collision shape, maybe a circle, I don't know. And then we want to be able to have the player pick that up. So it needs to be a collision shape so it can like land on the floor. And also so the player can have like a pickup range, which we can add as an area 2D. We can call this pickup range. And then this can have a collision shape. And this can also be a circle. And this can be like, you know, some area around the player that you can pick up stuff from a distance. So that's fine. What we need to know is... Let's see. So let's see. In the tile map layer, when it breaks the tile, it needs to drop an item. So function drop item or drop resource. Call it that. With 1 C and not 2. So what this needs to do is we need to like access this, which I guess we need to be loaded as a singleton or something. Like, I kind of don't want it always loaded in memory, but I guess we're not going to have that much stuff that it matters. Like, this is just going to be a little 2D game. So I guess if it uses a little bit of extra memory just to load, like, some shit, then I guess it's not that big of a deal. It just doesn't feel like the right way to do it. Support 7TV natively. Refresh the chat overlay? That's weird. Like, what? I mean, I didn't change anything with it from before. Like, if it supports it, it should just work, right? Like, that's weird. I don't know. We'll test that out later, I guess, and deal with that at some point. Okay, so so there's no method for storing information that is needed by more than one scene. You could address this with workarounds. You can use a master scene. Information can be stored to disk, but frequently saving and loading data is cumbersome. Yeah, that's fair. That's also, that brings up an issue of, like, if the player itself needs to go between, like, okay, you go to the map to, like, go mine stuff, and then you go back to base after your mission's over. We would need to store the player as a singleton as well, so he's, like, always loaded. Okay. So, yeah, we're gonna have to use this, I think, for a couple things, like for the player information and for the item database stuff. But, like, I don't... It's kind of annoying to have this stored in memory. Like, it would be nice to just have this somewhere where it's like, oh, just instantiate that scene. There's got to be a way I could do that without, like, keeping it in memory. And, like, making it a global fucking variable. You know what I mean? Like, there's gotta be. I mean, well, I guess instead of that, what I could do is just put it in here. Yeah, but then it's still gonna be loaded. Like, this is annoying. Like, typically what happens... Have a dictionary that stores the ID. Yeah, like, so... The items in the map are fine. Emotes update should make the emotes actually show up. I don't think I have the... Do I need to have the stream elements bot in my chat as well for this stuff to work? Because I don't have that, and maybe that's why the 7TV emotes don't work. Question mark? Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, but so what I'm thinking is like, so the information here for the items, like these resources that drop on the floor, they just need to like not exist in memory or anything. Like typically what you do in a regular language is like, these would just be stored as like a class that you've defined in some file, and then you call a function that just like instantiates the class, and then you put it in the world somewhere. So it's like, there's got to be a way to do that in Godot, right? Like there has to be a way to do that. Where it's like not actively like loaded in memory, and you create the instance of the class, and that is what puts it in memory for that item, instead of like storing all this information for all these different scenes like actively in memory and then duplicating them. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I don't know, it just like it feels like there should be a way to have these just exist as like these scenes that aren't actively loaded, but you can instantiate them in some other scene whenever you want and then load them. I don't know how class instantiation works in general. Like, I guess I'm still kind of fuzzy on that. And like, but I don't think, like, if you make a ton of classes in a C++ program or something, I don't think those classes are all actively using memory when you run and compile and run the program. Like, that's what I'm thinking of it, where it doesn't make any sense to me to say put item database in the main scene, right? Because then that will be actively loaded. Like, this node will be loaded, it'll try to draw stuff and do whatever. But that's not what I want to do. But I don't want to create like a generic node through, because you can do that. You can create new nodes through script. Instancing scenes. Okay, here we go. Okay, so you load it from disk. Scenes are templates, yeah. Okay, so you can load the scene and then create an instance of the packed scene resource. Preloading the scene can improve the user experience as the load operation happens when the compiler reads the script and not at runtime. Note that all nodes will only be available at runtime. If you set a variable to a node with a node path, it must have the onReady attribute. The order in which they get loaded and call their ready, the tree order. Yeah. An issue where I can move and rotate instance scene. Position should be set before adding them to the tree. Oh. Okay. That's good to know. Okay, so basically, I guess what we do here is like for the script where we're gonna actually drop these items. So we have scenes. We have the item database here, which I guess we instance this. When the item database loads in, it removes its children, which I think from that guy's code, it removes them from the scene tree so they don't get updated. And then we can just, like, find the children and then instantiate them from there, question mark? Maybe? Or, well, yeah, I think maybe we do it that way. This is strange. This feels silly. Like, I feel like I'm doing this wrong. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I'm approaching this the wrong way. The dirt is just stone but brown. Hell yeah. Yeah, you could send that if you want. You can link that GitHub thing. But there's gotta be a way to, like, do this properly in Godot that I feel like the node system and everything and how Godot works is just making my brain like shut off and not understand like, oh, well, this is how you should do it. Um, buh, 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 buh. I guess we have to preload them. Like, I don't know. It feels like silly to have to do it this way. Create node components which encapsulate different... Okay, so this guy's talking about composition at runtime in Godot. Health component, hitbox component. The creature is the scene root node. And then I'm going to do composition at runtime. If you want to add, remove, and connect components, a much harder time. Because, yeah, maybe what we need to do, instead of the item database thing here, right, is that we just store this as its own scene, the iron ore, which has, you know, the sprite and the collision shape, whatever, like we're doing with the player. We store it as its own scene, and then we just instance that scene. Like, we would have to, like, preload it or something. I don't know how that all works. I don't know if it's going to get bogged down or use up a ton of memory. I don't know how. Maybe it just doesn't use as much memory as I think it does, and it's, like, fine to just do it that way. So, okay, let's try that. Instead of the database thing, because that's... Maybe we do this for something else. Maybe what we do here instead is we have our iron ore. And I don't think it really needs a script right now, but let's go ahead and... save branch as scene. So we'll hold on. Let's create a folder. Let's call this resource. Well, no, because we use the word resources somewhere else. So this will be like ores. And we'll put iron ore. Oh, these scripts should be in the script folder. You there, you there, you there. So we'll save the iron ore as its own scene, right? I mean, I guess we're not going to have that many resources, so it's probably fine to just do it like this. So we save the iron ore as its own thing. We probably don't need the item database thing, so let's cut that. Let's just close this. Save and close. And now what we do is in tile map layer, so let's have a different thing for dropping resources. Let's have like a different node that handles this, right? Maybe like I don't know, some arbitrary node, maybe just a node 2D. And this is like, that we can name this like ore drops. And then all the instancing of ores in the map we just do under this guy. And what we can do is we can add a script here. Put this in the scripts folder. Okay, so what this does is we're gonna need a bunch of preloads, I think, for all the different ores, which is gonna be kind of annoying. But we can, like, when this is ready, is preloading, and then we just do we do this, right? We preload the iron ore scene, and then when we want to, like, okay, now we've mined iron ore, drop it on the floor, we add this, like, we instantiate it. So now we have a thunk drop ore, and this probably will just return a void because it's just gonna, like, instantiate the scene. I don't think it needs to return anything. And then we will also do I don't know if we need to do on ready for this, but ores will be a dictionary. And should it be a dictionary? I guess. I don't know if it really matters. Every time we drop an ore in the world, we just, like, I don't know, put it in the fucking dictionary. I don't really know what the keys would be. Maybe an array is better. I don't know, because these are... We kind of want a list of what exists, but maybe we don't really need that right now. For now, what we can do is just... So we'll need to do drop ore, and then we'll do here type of ore as an int. Is there a switch in Godot? Switch case. I think it's match. Yeah. Let's go ahead and oop. Can we not look up this this keyword? No, maybe it's not match. Maybe I'm is it? Oh, it is match. Okay, so we do match type. Wait, how does match work? What the fuck do we do here? Replace switch with match, remove case, remove any breaks, change default to an underscore. Yeah, so we match variable with what we want it to be. So -1, well, our default will be -1. And that's just gonna return. Because if for some reason it calls this function without a valid type of ore to drop, you know, do nothing. If it's a 1, or if it's, I think 0 is the first, well, hold on. Because we're getting, that's actually, I don't know exactly how we're gonna do this. Let's just start it at 1 and say, when we instantiate this, so let's make a separate little helper function here. So instantiate ore, and what'll happen with this is we tell it, we give it a, what is this return? We give it a resource. So ore as resource. And we tell it underscore ore. Instantiate ore, iron ore. Right, so we have this, we tell it instantiate that ore, and what we do here is we do we make a variable for ore. Let's call it new ore, and this is going to be iron ore dot instantiate. We don't have to give it anything. Then what we do is new ore dot position. We need to know where to make the ore. So this function I think is not going to know that by default. So yeah, we just have to tell it like position vector 2, probably a vector 2. I think it needs to be a vector 2 because it's not like a you know what I mean? We'll shorten this to pause. Okay. Hi. What do you want to... Unreachable pattern. Oh! Right, that's under... So this goes at the end. Like, if it didn't match anything, it matches with the default. That's what that means. Okay. So yeah, we update the position before we add it to the scene tree, because it's like a physics object. Ingredients and seasoning, and seeing it contains silicon dioxide. Sand. Yummy. I love sand. It's very delicious. And it's good for you. So we set its position, and then we add it to the scene tree. I don't know if we need to add it to the... No, we could just add it as a child of ore drops. So we could just add child. Right? New ore. And then when the player picks up the ore, we want it to, like, destroy it from the scene tree as well. And, like, get rid of this instance object. So I don't know. But for now, okay, so this gets us that. And then the tile map layer can have a reference to this. We can have, like, an export for me when add child. Yeah, you probably don't want to do that until you're ready. Let's call it the ore manager. Let's rename the script. I think ore manager makes a little bit more sense. So the tile map layer, I guess, could have a reference to the ore manager to tell it, but it could also just emit a signal. Do we need to use signals? I don't know. Like, I don't know how to properly use them. Like, you know, Cammy was talking about signals earlier. Let's see. What did they say about it? Signals are a bit misunderstood in their MO. Just calling a method is almost always better. Okay. I guess so. I don't know. I feel like signals could be cool, but I guess signals are really for, like, asynchronous stuff or whatever. Like, if we just need to call it, like, yeah, I guess. Because then we wouldn't need a reference to it, but... whatever. So let's just say, give it an ore manager here. Now it has a reference to that. So what we can do is, we can, excuse me. We can call the ore manager, drop ore.
And then we need to know type and position. So here's where I was like, because right now the ore is like a type of terrain, so it's like 0 is dirt, 1 is stone. I guess what we could do is put this into its own, we could put like the ores into their own terrain set, so it's like it goes from 0. I guess it doesn't really matter right now. We'll just do tile dot terrain. So I think this is 0, 1, 2. So we'll just update that really quick. So it's like, this is 2. We want to instantiate the iron ore. Now the position. For the position, I guess we could just do this. I suppose. And that's good enough. Okay, what happened? What if it just works, smiley face? Oh, shit. It did just work. Holy shit. There it go. It fall. There's another one. Now they're stuck, but it kind of worked. Hey, there we go. Okay. Let me see if we allow it to roll, because I'm curious if we can get it to like not visibly roll around, like not rotate the sprite, but like let it kind of be affected by physics in a rolling sense. You know what I mean? If we could do that, I think that'd be cool, because then that would like, I think it'd be good. It'd be good. But I think because it's spawning it from the center at the corner of the so we need to update where it's spawning it, but that's pretty much good. Maybe make this a little bit smaller. And let's see. So so we let the body rotate. I think it's just gonna roll around and like look funky. But let's find out. Okay. After it hits the floor, it seems to like stop existing. Yeah, see? I mean, maybe that's fine. Maybe we just let them roll around, because that's kind of funny. Oh, and then you could like, they're solid. Okay. I don't know if I want them to be solid, but maybe we put the collision on a different layer so it doesn't collide with the player, actually. That would solve that issue. Yeah, exactly. It does. I think in Coal, they probably do the same thing where it's like a rigid body that just rolls around. So, you know, we could just let it roll around. That's fine. But we need to get it to be like, see, if it's not on layer 1, I don't think it's gonna collide. So, okay. We put it on layer 2, and then we put the we tell the tile map layer to also be on layer 2. And then that way it collides with the ground as well. And then the player is only on layer 1. So these can interact with the ground, but not the player? Question mark? The player should only be on layer 1. This collision shape should be... where is... That's visibility. Shape? Pick up range. Collision, layer 2. So that's on layer 2. But the player's collision shape is only on layer 1. So that's... The player shouldn't be colliding with these guys, because they're on a different layer. But he is.
Yeah, but see, I've adjusted the layer in the mask. I'm gonna try restarting the game. So it should be like if the player is only on layer 1 and these are only colliding with layer 2. Oh, there. Yeah, okay. I think restarting the game. I got it. There we go. Yeah, there we are. Okay, so now those are there. Now they're above the player. I think we want to move them behind the player. Oops, not there. Like that. Did that ruin the connection? No. Yeah. There we go. So now you don't lose track of yourself. Okay, perfect. And there we go. Okay, so now all we need to do is can we save? Yes. Close that. So now we just need this collection radius, which maybe should be like 2 tiles out. You know, it should be like a fairly decent shape to start with. Hold on, where is the scale? No, where's the pickup range? Transform, right? No. What defines shape? There it is. Radius. So 32 pixel radius should be like 2 tiles out, right? Because it's like 16. Let's try 48. I don't want it to be like super big. We'll go back to 32. Okay, so it's okay. So at 32 pixels, it's like, because it's in the middle of the player, so it's like a tile and a half. So maybe just slightly closer to real time, and then it buffers. Damn. I turned down my my bit rate, so it shouldn't be buffering. Is it buffering a lot? Or is it just like it buffered that one time and then it said like fuck you, and now you're behind again? I don't know. Twitch is kind of annoying when it comes to that. Only okay. Well, that's good. Yeah, so I think maybe like, well, maybe this is fine enough, like, for a pickup radius. So that way it's like, because, I mean, you still maybe want to be able to not pick up everything that you get close to. Maybe we even want it smaller. But that kind of gives you this 9-tile radius around you to pick up objects, so I guess that's fine. And so now, what we do is pickup range. I think we look at the signals, right? So when an area enters this area, shape entered. When a shape 2D, body entered. There we go. The body can be a physics body or a tile map. So yeah, physics body. Tile set requires monitoring to be true, but I don't want the tile set. I just want physics bodies entering it. Body shape entered. Yeah, maybe that's what we're looking for. It's fine for you? Okay, well. Oh, that one works. I don't know then. We'll figure something out eventually, I'm sure. So, indices of the interacting shapes and the interacting body. Huh. I just wanted to ignore tile maps, because, like, I guess it will, because no, because the tile map's on layer 2. We could have this be on layer 3, so it doesn't interact with the tile map, because I don't want it firing off whenever the tile map is interacting with it. That would just be annoying, because then we'd have to handle that. So, the iron ore we can just also put on layer 3, and then there we go. Edwin got added recently. You know, maybe it takes time for it to, like, process fully or something. Is Edwin, like, what is that emote? Because I don't see it on my end. I don't have, like, the thing set up for my chat that I can see. Is Edwin some silly reference to the new FNAF game, like the guy who made the Mimic or whatever? Like, is that what it is? I would imagine. You don't know? Well, hell, I don't know either. Yeah, okay, good. That's fantastic. That game is so funny, dude. Maybe I should get that game and play it. I don't know. It's expensive though, isn't it? Like, I don't know if I want to buy it. That's the problem. I don't really want to buy the game, but it would be funny to play. That game is so silly. Like, I think I've watched somebody on YouTube play it. Beat it in 2 minutes. I think unironically you can kind of do that. Like, there's yeah, it's like a shadowy fucking guy with a hat and coat on. That's really funny. Yeah, it's like, I think there is any percent speedrun where you just, like, glitch out of the game and just, like, win in a few minutes. I think it's like 2 to 4 minutes for the any percent. Yeah. Okay, yeah, there you go. It's you just leave. Like, you just leave, Forehead. That's all you gotta do. Finally answering the age-old question of why don't these horror protagonists just leave? But yeah, it looks like such a stupid game. It's not on sale. Yeah, $40. That's crazy. Oh yeah, didn't you get me something the other day on Steam? I don't think I looked into that. I should check Steam after the stream, which I think I will wrap up pretty soon here because it's been like 5 hours and I'm getting sweaty and tired. Okay, I think we'll make the iron ore be picked up, and then I think we'll call it there. So, area shape entered. When a shape 2D enters this area, local shape index. I don't think that's... Maybe we just do area entered. And we connect that to... But we want to delete the item. I guess we could... When the item enters the area, like, it'll know. Fumotuck. I guess... Yeah, no, it's warm. I live in Cali, so it's like... It's, what is it? Fucking, like, 80 degrees or something in my room right now? Like, it's actually warm, and it really sucks. I should probably open my window. I kind of forgot to do that earlier. But, yeah, it's not ideal. No. Electricity is fucking expensive, so... And it's also nighttime, so it's like, why would you have the AC on? It's, you know, fucking 11:30 at night. But, yeah, it's... I don't know, it's not good. Anyway, so... Same time zone. Oh, bug. So what we want to do is... I guess we connect this to the inventory, and, like, when it collides, the inventory picks up that item. If it's a thing that, like, if you have room, it schlorps it up and adds it to your stuff. So we'll do that. And then what'll happen is, I think we need to know, like, when the iron ore enters the area.
No. Hmm. I guess we just don't do anything here. Like, we handle it in the inventory. So, so Godot, area entered signal. I want to see if there's a way to reference the object that entered the area. Okay, so it just says, I think this is the other object that so this is the ore. Is it an area? What type of variable is this? I don't know. I don't actually know what this is supposed to be. Let's look at the pickup range. It is an area 2D. Okay. So we do have the ore here. So we can do Godot delete instantiate. Node.queue_free method on it. The engine will handle invalidating it. So I think we just do or.queue_free. Yeah. So if, right, okay, so here's what we're gonna check. Inside of the or, we have do we do it like this? Let's say this weighs, I don't know, 5. Damn it, that's not how you do it. It's a pretty good emote. I don't know if it's showing up on stream. Like, looking at OBS, I don't even see anything there. It looks like empty. But I think I know what that emote looks like, and it was a pretty funny emote, and I think that's why it's there. Fat Dank Peepo is also there too. It's a good emote. How do you I don't know, maybe if I just do this and it's an integer, it'll just be like, okay. So we have a weight, and I don't even think we need value because we can look that up somewhere else. Like, we just need to know how much it weighs to see, like, do you have room in your inventory? And then, yeah, we can just use, like, the name of it or something later to, like, determine the value. Like, that's not a big deal. So if weight is less than max weight, right? Oh, if weight plus or dot weight is less than max weight, or less than or equal to. Oh, no. Yeah. Well, actually, yeah, we want that to be inside this if statement, because if not, we just do nothing. So if you can pick it up, resources at, we do or.name, maybe? We use the name as a key. Is plus equal to 1. And then weight plus equal to or.weight. And then we get rid of it. Let's try. Uh-oh. Yeah, we set that as a meme because it's like I think typing in the word programming for you know, for the stream category or whatever, just came up with that. Okay, so It's not doing the judge. Debugger, we're using enter. Yeah, I don't give a shit about that. Close enough. Well, we're not even picking it up at all. I don't think that's close enough. Like, that's just not close whatsoever. Like, goodbye. Goodbye. I relaunched the game when I did all that, right? Yeah, like, and then we dug down here. It's just not, it's not doing anything. Let's go ahead and do a print, or in range. And then let's run that. Yeah, see, nothing is being printed. So it's not, we did set it up correctly, right? Like, range is on layer 3. Iron ore is on layer 3. Collision shape, that doesn't have the layer, right? So it's noted. We're on the same layer. Maybe because it's not an area and it's a collision shape. Maybe. But, like, that should work, right? So area entered. When an area. So, yeah, maybe it's area shape entered. Or body entered. But I don't want tile map. But we put it on a different layer. Okay, so it's body entered, right? We did the wrong thing. So let's do this. We need that. I'm pretty sure the more you define with these functions, like, the more good it is, the more gooder it is on performance and whatnot. I think it's collision shape. Oh no, it's just a node 2D. Okay. Okay, and then we'll disconnect. Okay, so now that should detect bodies. Yay, we crashed. At least something worked, though. Iron ore on dictionary. So resources. So look at this. We tried to add invalid access to property or key iron ore. So we tried to just add it by name, and that didn't work. Like, why? Do we need to do, like, toString? Question mark? But it should be, like, this should just work, you know? Like, we did this in the other code for the ore manager. Or for the item database. Like, child.name, we just access it and set it, you know? Like, why does that not work? Invalid access to property or key. Oh, I think the music has died. It did indeed. Nintendo music that's very Nintendo. Sure. Okay, so let's fix this, and then, yeah, we'll wrap it up there after we get the item being picked up. Invalid access to key in dictionary. Maybe it's because the plus equal to 1, right? Like, that, you can't plus equal because it's trying to read this value and then do that. So we have to do it the other way. Where was it? We did this in tile map here. Right here. We have to do get, and then we have to do, like, a default value. So so we get either or name, or the default value is 0. Or 1, because we want to add 1. Surely. mean, it's gotta be. So we either get this resource +1. No. Oh, we do this, and then we just do +1. So we get the value or 0, and then we add 1 to it. And there we go. And so now that should have no problem. If it doesn't exist in your inventory yet, we add 1 to it. Okay, ore in range, we schlorped it up. It's no longer there. Let's mine something far away, and then we pick it up. Yeah, we might want to tighten up that pickup range. Maybe. That is from pretty far away. We also may want to eventually add, like, you know, it goes to the player before it gets collected, so it just, like, you know, you absorb it, just like every fucking other game. That, like, you pick up stuff in a radius, it just moves towards you, and then you pick it up. Okay, so there you go. And let's see if... Because we should be able to hold, like, 10 of them, and then we should no longer be able to pick them up anymore. Yep, there we go. Beautiful. And then it's like, uh-oh, backpack full. No more ore. Schlorp sound. Yep, gotta have sound effects, gotta have, like, visual effects, but there you go. Now we can pick up 10 ore, 10 iron ore, and then it, we can't pick up any more because our backpack is full. And then those do that for some reason. I don't know what's up with that. But such is life when you're a physics object. Sometimes you just gotta hang out and have fun. We may want to make it so it's not click, it's just like hold down the action, which we could do really quickly. So instead of just pressed, we do press. But we got to do it player state as well. There we go. Now it'll try to damage tiles while you're holding it down, so you don't have to click constantly. And you can do that. Very good, very good. We've done it. Quality of life. Never before seen gameplay. Truly revolutionary, honestly. I mean, really, I should just get $1 million just for coming up with this in the first place. Okay. Oh yeah. Alright, I think that's a good place to wrap it up for tonight. I am tired, and we now have a working, functional video game. Full of Nintendo. Hell yeah, dude, I gotta go patent this gameplay mechanic right now. But yeah, there we go. Oh, we could draw a smiley face. Maybe. We don't have enough range. Never mind. We can't draw a smiley face. I lied to you. Anyways, yes. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed. My schedule, is that updated on Twitch? I don't know if it is, but the schedule is in the Discord if you join that. We're live, what the fuck is it? Like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, something like that. So today's Wednesday. We won't be live tomorrow, but we will be live Friday and Saturday, and we'll probably play some video games Friday, do some coding Saturday. I don't know, something like that. Isn't updated on Twitch? Okay, I'll work on that. I'll get that updated. But yeah, so our schedule right now is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, 6 p.m. Fucking PST. So there you have it.
And yeah, I'll see you guys on Friday if you feel like watching again. We'll probably play some video game, and there you go. So thank you for watching. Have a good night, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye.